Today, we're going to be finishing up our introduction to law and ethics. And afterwards, we're going to be going into the next lesson. We'll be talking about personality development. And when we get to that point, I'll send out everything that you need for that class as well. All right. So we were talking about the intentional torts, things that people do on purpose. And we talked about Bernie Madoff and what that means to be, what fraud means. And I didn't mention this, but the joke that came out after this guy was busted was, well, what happened to your money? Well, Bernie made off with it. Get it? Bernie made off. Yeah, he made off with their money. All right. So an attempt to deceive someone. And the most common form of fraud in healthcare is signing off something that you didn't do and saying that you did, or annotating that you didn't do something when you know you did, pencil whipping vital signs, that type of stuff. One day I came in, I was headed out to lunch, and I was walking out the front door of the hospital, right past the little big pharmacy desk right there. I'm headed out, and a lady right there in front of the pharmacy just collapsed. Okay? And we started working on the lady, started doing CPR on her. And I told the pharmacy tech person to call the code and have the emergency room bring the code cart down. And they did that. So I'm working on this lady, and I can see the emergency room down the hallway, but it's taking a little bit longer than I would have liked. But finally, somebody comes out, and they're headed towards us with the crash cart. The crash cart is a toolbox, a big red toolbox on wheels. You've seen them before, but for us, we keep all of our emergency medicines and equipment on there. And you roll it out to the area of the crash or the code, and that's everything you need to revive somebody. So the person is coming down the hallway with the crash cart, and initially, what I noticed right away is that, one, this person didn't work for me, and two, she was running with the crash cart. Okay. Now imagine one of those big red toolboxes, and you're pushing that thing down the hallway, running through the hospital. Okay. You don't do that. And as she got to where we were on the floor. She tried to turn the crash cart to angle it, I guess, with us, and the wheels wasn't going to cooperate, and the thing tipped over, and all the equipment on top fell on me and the lady. And now, luckily, the drawers were locked, but what's on top is the defibrillator, that big machine sitting up there along with a bunch of other equipment, laryngoscopes and stuff like that. And that thing tipped over, and all of that equipment fell on us. So I wasn't in a very good mood at that point. So I went to open the laryngoscope so that I could get a tube down this lady's throat. And I put the piece of equipment together, and the light didn't turn on. The light is essential. So I took out the batteries, I put in the extra batteries, I clicked the machine back on, or the equipment back on, and the light still didn't come on. So I said, will somebody please go and get a laryngoscope? So the young lady who'd been pushing the crash cart said, I'll get one. And she ran away. She came back a couple minutes later, or about a minute later. Here's a laryngoscope. I opened the thing up. It was a pediatric laryngoscope. And so I said, would somebody who knows what the hell they're doing, please go and get me a laryngoscope? So somebody ran down to the OB clinic, got the laryngoscope, brought it up. We got the lady intubated, and she survived. But now I want to know who signed off my crash cart this morning. Who is it that went to the cart, took out the laryngoscope, put it together, make sure it worked, and then signed it? So I got the little book, and I called the person to my office. Say, listen, did you sign off the laryngoscope this morning? Yes, I did. Did you check it? Oh, yes, I did. Well, can you tell me why it didn't work when I went to use it? And this young man looked me straight in the eye and said, did you put it together right? That's like the computer tech person asking you if your computer is plugged in. Did you put it together right? Okay. What's the most likely answer to what just happened? A EMT with 26 years experience at that time did not know how to put the laryngoscope together, or you didn't check it this morning. What's the most likely scenario there? Now you want to tell me?
You didn't check it.
You
didn't check.
So now you want to tell me what's going on? Well, sorry, Mahone, we were in a hurry this morning. As soon as we came in, there was a call, and we had to run out and do the call, and then I came back, and I just signed it. Okay, now, I was about to Gomer your ass, but the honesty is what just saved your butt.
Yep, that's all he had to say.
Yes. So now I'm going to send you down to the ethical department and schedule you for some ethics training, and you'll still be one of my technicians in the emergency room. The honesty is what saved your ass. So anyway, somebody just pencil whipped something. Have you ever been asked to sign something and then backdate it? Hey, Mahone, I got this I need you to sign, but please date it for last week. Ever been asked to do that? Okay, and it's usually somebody in a position of authority that's asking you to do that. And you need to decide whether you want to do that or not. Now, if it's something like my performance evaluation, Mahone, I did your performance evaluation, was supposed to get them in last week. Would you backdate that? Sure, no problem. But if you're telling me that, yeah, we saw Miss So-and-so last week and we forgot to put this in her record, would you please sign it and backdate it for last week? No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so when it comes to something, you have to determine whether you're willing to be involved in that or not. Something like a simple performance evaluation, sure, I'll sign that. But
can't you just put post note, like post note on that, and then put the day's date, and then put the date of the examination, because you're adding it?
No, but in healthcare, there's no such thing as post note, okay? You have to put the date that you did it. So if you did something last week and you go in and change it today, the change needs to be dated today. You can't change it last week. You can't say that I did it last week, but I'm making the change today. That's not going to cut it.
Okay.
Remember, these are legal documents we're talking about.
All
So
right.
performance evaluation, something simple like that, yes. But if you're talking about a note in a patient record, a medication note or something like that, I'm not about to do that. I'll make the change, but I'm going to date it for today. Okay? And you may incur the wrath of your boss, but I'm willing to do that. I'm sorry, boss. I'm not going to lie in this medical record because that's what you're asking me to do. So anyway, that is also an example of fraud, an attempt to deceive somebody. And that's why when we make changes in medical records, wait for this to come up. It's been down all weekend, so it's going to take a minute. All right. Still not ready yet. Oh, come on. Jeez. Oh, that's probably because that cloud thing is uploading. I should have waited till after class to do that. Anyway, if you write something in a medical record and you want to change that something. Now, I'm not sure how this happens in electronic records because I didn't use a lot of electronic records in my practice. Electronic records were just starting to be, you know, come on board, and don't have a whole lot of experience with those. However, if you, hold on it. Then why was that all that still there? Anyway. It's still opening. That's why it's going on zicky with me. All right. So anyway, if you put 300 or 30 milligrams of tramadol, and you saw, oh man, that's right, it was 45. One line through it, initial it, and then 45 milligrams of tramadol. Now that's important because remember, these are legal documents. What we don't want is we don't want to be looking at something in somebody's medical record that looks like this. And now some smart ass lawyer is asking you, so what did that say? Oh, that said 30 milligrams of tramadol. Well, that might be what it said. According to you, that's what it said. But how do we know that? Because you redacted it. In other words, made it unreadable. And something exciting happened in 2010 as far as American history. The Warren Report was finally going to be declassified in 2010. The Warren Report was the investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. You know, the magic bullet, the bullet that supposedly went through 3 body parts and never distorted in any way. They found it laying on a gurney next to the president's body, that kind of stuff. So the magic bullet, how many people were on the grassy knoll, all of that was going to come to light now. And they released the Warren Report, and it was page after page of redacted information. And when they redact a legal document like that, they use that special pen that you won't be able to hold it up to the light and see what it originally said or anything like that. It was just page after page. The Warren Report was thousands of pages, page after page after page of redacted information. So it still didn't answer any questions. Right? And if anybody thought that that report was going to be released and then they were going to look in there and find out, oh, look, it was a government conspiracy or something, they were being naive. Anything in there that was detrimental to anybody was redacted for the sake of national security. So anyway, that's why we don't do that to health records, where somebody's wondering, well, is the mystery solved yet? No, because it was redacted. So we get in the habit of correcting information with the single line through and then your initials. Some places will actually have you date the change as well. Okay? But in the military, it was a single line and then our doggone it. And I'm going to have to buy more storage anyway. Shoot. They told me my OneDrive is full. Well, that's because I have a video up there too. So if I take that video down, then I'll have enough storage. And that's probably what I'll do. I'll save that for later. All right, so anyway, those are examples of fraud, attempts to deceive somebody. So some of our intentional torts were things like assault, and know that definition. Battery, know that definition. Defamation of character, know these two down here. Libel is written, slander is spoken. Duress, having undue influence over someone else's decision. You are placing that person under duress. And that's the term they would use. We didn't use this example, but that's the term that they would use in court if they wanted to have your confession thrown out. Remember what we're saying, that confession, even a confession is not guaranteed to hold up in court. If your lawyer can convince the jury that that confession was given under duress, threats. In other words, if you confess, we'll make sure you get 5 years. But if you don't confess, you're going to do 25 to life. That's duress. They look at it as a deal, but it's actually duress. When they're telling you, if you don't do this, we're talking about 25 to life. And any good lawyer can have that thrown out. So having undue influences over somebody else's decision. I put this picture in here because of the Godfather movie. Anybody seen The Godfather? You know, that's classic cinema,
Yes.
man. You've got to see The Godfather in your lifetime, okay? Believe it or not, grown men out there in the world started modeling their life after that movie. One of the gangsters that was, did a tell-all book said that they learned more about being in the mafia from the Godfather movie than any other place. All that, I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse, and dot dot dot. And that's why I put this picture here. Y'all remember at the opening scene for The Godfather at the wedding, when the lady asked Michael how his father helped that singer with his career. And he said, my father made him an offer he couldn't refuse. He said, well, what was that? He said, well, Luca Brasi held a gun to his head, and my father assured him that either his signature or his brains would be on that contract. And he signed the contract under duress. All right. So those are examples of intentional torts, things we do on purpose. Then the unintentional torts, these things are accidents. We didn't mean to do it. We hurt you, but we didn't do it on purpose. We didn't mean to do it. And that's the thing that malpractice typically falls under. We like to believe that there's nobody out there who's going to engage in malpractice on purpose. And that's a hard thing to prove in court, that this doctor gave you the wrong medicine on purpose, or that this doctor removed the wrong leg on purpose, or that this medical technician let you fall down on purpose, or let that bed sore appear on purpose. That's hard to prove. So most examples of torts and malpractice in the healthcare is going to be the unintentional tort. The doctor did not drop your baby on purpose, and that would be hard to prove. So examples of the most common lawsuit is going to be for malpractice. And these are terms that you should know. Malfeasance, mal, painful, difficult, or bad. This is when a person does the wrong thing. In other words, we bring you in to have your kidney taken out, they take your spleen out instead. They did the wrong thing. A paramedic who doesn't recognize that a person is having a anaphylactic reaction, and they don't do the procedure at the neck that allows them to breathe. That's malfeasance. You did the wrong thing. The second category is misfeasance. Misfeasance is when you, what's going on? Oh, because I opened this from the thing, any change that I make is going to ask me if I want to change it. Doggone it. Oh, come on. See, I shouldn't even have tried this morning. I don't know why I thought that, Anyway, we've only got a few more slides on here. All right. So misfeasance. You did the right thing, but you did it incorrectly. Why is this auto-saving every time I put a line on there? Anyway, let me just stop putting lines on there. All right, so anyway, misfeasance, doing the right thing incorrectly. In other words, the paramedic does recognize that you're having an anaphylactic reaction, and they cut your neck, but they cut it in the wrong place. They did the right thing, but they did it incorrectly. And that is misfeasance, doing the right thing, but doing it incorrectly. All right, I'm looking at something going on here. Big mistake trying to upload all that stuff this morning. So misfeasance, doing the right thing incorrectly. And then nonfeasance. This is when you don't do nothing, when you did have a duty to act. Remember I said we'd be talking about that a little bit as part of this class. Do you have the responsibility to do something? Do you have a duty to act? If you're a doctor on an airplane and the stewardess goes on to the overhead and says, is there a doctor on board? Do you have the legal responsibility to identify yourself?
You're not a doctor though.
No, if you are a doctor,
Oh, yeah.
do you have to legally identify yourself?
I would think so.
I
Is
don't
that your
think
title?
so.
No. However, you do have the ethical responsibility to identify yourself. A little bit later on, we'll be talking about the difference. Now, so you're not going to go to jail, but they could pull your license to practice medicine because you acted unethically. Yeah. Now, what about CPR? If you have a CPR card in your pocket, do you have a duty to act if somebody collapses at the mall? Same scenario.
Yes.
Legally, no. Ethically, yes. And that's when American Heart might say, well, why do you even have a card if you're not going to, help somebody? And American Heart can pull your certification. And since you can't work in healthcare without American Heart CPR certification, there you go. Chances are you're going to lose your job. So it's about not always about legal requirement, ethical requirement. As a doctor, you said, I will help. And now you get the license and all that, but you don't help. As a CPR certified person, you say, I will help. But then the scenario arises and you don't help. Now, how many of y'all are the type of person to stop at an automobile accident if you think they need help? Raise your hand.
I would.
I'm not raising my hand to let y'all know to raise your hand if you do. I would not stop. The reason is that if I do, I'm going to be held to the same standard as the paramedics who show up on the ambulance, since I am a paramedic. So as far as equipment and that type of stuff, I don't carry that in my car. So I am open up to lawsuits if I stop to help somebody. And if I had been on my way home from a party, we're going to end up in court with somebody asking you, so, Miss Mahone, how many drinks did you have at that party? And you thought it prudent to stop and perform whatever procedure you performed on this person under the influence of alcohol. Is that what you're telling this court? And there you go. Okay. So doing nothing when having a duty to act. And the first thing that somebody's going to have to prove is that you did have a duty to act. Okay. If you suspect child abuse coming into your clinic, do you have a duty to act? Yes, you do, legally.
Yes.
And how do you fulfill that duty then?
Notifying the proper authorities.
DPS.
A child
The DP. Yeah.
shelter in place.
About
No.
the doctor in charge.
Documenting. Oh yeah, the
Gotta
document.
call CPS.
Documenting
You notify
it.
your supervisors.
Tell the doctor, like, tell the doctor something, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And if I were you, I would document that I did discuss that with the physician. Now, you can't put your suspicions in a person's medical record. Know that you can't do that. You can't go into a medical record and write, I suspect. Okay, that's illegal because it has to be confirmed before it becomes part of their documents. And that's what the physician does. So your job is to notify the doctor you work for. If you're at Santa Rosa and there's a charge nurse that's over you, you have to notify the charge nurse. And I would put in my personal journal somewhere that, yeah, I did notify this, and keep it around until you hear any outcome of that notification. So the lady at, this isn't healthcare, but the lady at IHOP, or excuse me, Jim's restaurant, she noticed that a customer was seated in the restaurant smoking a cigarette. And it wasn't a big deal. The lady was in the smoking area, but she was pregnant. And the waitress decided that that was child abuse, and she called the police. And the police showed up. And the manager did the same thing I would have done. He fired the waitress. You called the police on behalf of this company, and you opened us up to whatever are the results of that phone call. You see, when you are at work, you represent the company. Nobody really, I'm not going to say nobody cares, but your personal opinion doesn't come into play here. You represent Jim's Restaurant at that time. And remember what I said, you don't sue the trucker, the truck driver, you sue the trucking company. So you don't sue the restaurant, the waitress, you sue Jim's Restaurant. And that could have been seen as harassment. Because that lady, did y'all know that a certain number, that there are doctors out there who will tell you that if you get pregnant and you are a smoker, they will tell you, don't stop smoking. Because to quit would put so much stress on your body, and that stress gets transferred to the patient, to the baby. So the doctor will say, cut down, cut back, go into, now today it would be nicotine patches. They didn't have those back then, but withdraw. Because if you stop cold turkey, the stress on your body could lead up to and including a miscarriage. And that lady was one of those people. They interviewed her on the news. Yes, my doctor advised me not to quit smoking cold turkey. And there you go. So that could have been a harassment case against Jim's Restaurant. So what should she have done, the waitress?
Mind your own business.
No, I'm not going to say that. Mr. So-and-so, Mr. Shift Leader, Mr. Manager, or whoever, there's a pregnant lady smoking in the smoking area. I think that that's wrong. Is there anything that we could or should do about that? And the manager probably would have told her no. Now, I wouldn't have come out and said, you know, it's none of your business, but as an employee at Jim's Restaurant, no, there is nothing you can do about that. Okay. So anyway, that is knowing when you have a duty to act and acting within your parameters. See, it is not your place to call DHS. That call is made by the company. And the company will decide whether we make that call or not.
Because technically, is it illegal to smoke cigarettes while you're pregnant?
No.
It's just frowned upon, right?
Yes. Yes. It's one of those things that we discourage. But remember, you can't control a person's actions. Now, cigarettes are one thing. But remember the lady I told y'all about Friday, the one who was still doing heroin? And the judge suspended her or took away her parental rights while she was still pregnant. So again, can a judge do that now because of cigarettes, because of that precedent that was set? Maybe. If there's a judge out there who sees a lady is pregnant and still smoking, even though it's doing heroin is a crime, smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol are not. So I don't know why that would ever come to a courtroom, but if they did, they might extend that same precedent in their mind and say, well, smoking cigarettes harms the baby. And I can refer to the precedent for doing heroin. But remember, doing heroin is illegal. And that's why I was in the courtroom in the first place. Yeah. Somebody smoking a cigarette at gyms while they're pregnant will never make its way into a courtroom because smoking cigarettes is not illegal. Okay, so know the three types of malpractice. Malfeasance, when you did the wrong thing. You were supposed to take out their kidney, you took out their spleen instead. Misfeasance, you did the right thing, but you did it incorrectly. You were supposed to cut their neck so that they can breathe, and you cut in the wrong place. Or you were supposed to remove a diseased leg, and you removed the wrong leg. You did the right thing. They needed to have a leg amputated, but you amputated the wrong leg. So you did the right thing, but you did it incorrectly. And then nonfeasance, doing nothing when having a duty to act. And the first thing we're going to have to prove here is that you did have a duty to act.
So, I have a question. If for doing the right thing, you're just doing it wrong, does that fall under, like, for instance, like when you are working with the elderly that and you're transferring or something and they get a bruise, but you didn't do it on purpose? Maybe you were just too rough, like transferring or something. I know you shouldn't be transferring like that anyway, but I'm just, for example, like, and if they get like a bruise while you're like doing, like, you know what I mean? Is that the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Imagine again, another example is you're helping an elderly patient move from the bed to the bedside commode, and you're not using a gait belt. And as a result, the patient falls. You did the right thing, but you should have had a gait belt. In other words, you were helping the patient. You didn't just walk in and say, okay, jump on up, go on and do your thing. I'll be back in a few minutes. No, you did the right thing. You stood there and you were helping them to the commode, but you didn't use a gait belt. So you did the right thing, but you did it incorrectly.
Oh, okay.
And they fall as a result of it. Okay. All right, so in any malpractice suit, a term that's going to work towards the defendant, or excuse me, the plaintiff, more than anybody else, is the term res ipsa loquitur. There's another Latin term, and you should know it. It means the thing speaks for itself. The thing speaks for itself. Again, I pronounce it res ipsa loquitur.
Okay, because I was just going to ask you how you pronounced it.
But again, who knows how these terms are pronounced? Res ipsa loquitur.
Mr. Mahone, did you
Yes.
send a PowerPoint on this? I was trying to look for it.
This morning? No, I sent it Friday morning.
Yeah, Friday. I didn't. I still can't see it. Sorry.
All right, I'll send it again. Okay. Res ipsa loquitur. It means the thing speaks for itself. What you did was so obviously wrong that we don't need expert witnesses to come in to tell the jury why that's wrong. You left a pair of scissors in somebody, and we have an expert witness to come in and say, okay, the reason that you shouldn't leave a pair of scissors in somebody after surgery is because da, 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 da. That shit's so obviously wrong that we don't need that.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if, like, say a doctor that's not really a licensed doctor, because you know there's like plastic surgeons that do that,
No, license
do malpractice, could they actually be charged with it?
charged.
With like malpractice or like misfeasance because they're not technically an actual licensed doctor?
Okay. Plastic
Yes.
surgeons must be licensed. So
Did you ever read up on that story where the guy in Florida he came from like the islands, the Virgin Islands?
Yeah.
He wasn't a real doctor at all. People really thought he was, but he wasn't. He was operating on people and doing plastic surgery.
okay, thank you for bringing that up because it's something we didn't mention. The thing that you do in healthcare where you would be charged with a crime, remember all of this is civil law. You can be sued for the stuff we're talking about right now. But a criminal act is practicing medicine without a license. Yeah, you're going to be called to court. You're going to be facing jail time. So anybody practicing anything in the United States calling themselves a doctor and they're not licensed physician, they'll be charged with practicing medicine without a license. Okay. So yes, that person is going to go to jail. Even if nobody complains, even if the person does everything absolute perfectly and no patient complaints or lawsuits, if somebody finds out that this person is out there performing medical procedures and they are not a physician, that's practicing medicine without a license. You go to jail for that. So that's a criminal act. So if that doctor was licensed in the Philippines or whatever, and not all licenses are reciprocal. In other words, you come from someplace like Peru, and you got your medical license there, it's not recognized in the United States. And so you're going to have to go to medical school in the United States all over again. However, if you are a licensed doctor in the United States and you go to Peru, all you have to do is take their medical boards test again. And so that's reciprocal, meaning that we recognize your license from Great Britain. And I think they do, by the way. So it depends on where you are licensed. You come to the United States, they will determine whether or not you can apply for the medical boards in the United States. And in some cases, you have to take the boards over again. It's a pretty serious series of tests. Okay? And most of them are about ethics. Not about being a doctor, but what types of things doctors should or should not get involved in their practice. Because our ethical standards are typically higher than other parts of the world. Doctors will do things in other parts of the world that you would never do as a doctor in the United States. So mostly when we're not recognizing somebody's medical license from another country, it's not because their medical care is substandard. It's because their ethics don't fall in line with the ethics of United States practice. I was in Greece one day, y'all, and one of my jobs, when people came to, I was a manager of the emergency room. When people came to the base new, assigned there from other bases, that type of stuff, I had to do a medical orientation with them. And part of that is that I would take the class in a van and I would take them down to the Greek hospital and I would walk them through to kind of impress upon them, you do not want to get in the hospital here. Okay. Show them things like the cats in the hallways. See, in Greece, cats are almost like cows in India. They're not canonized, but man, don't mess with a cat in Greece. They believe that their ancestors or their loved ones reincarnate as cats. They believe that. So don't mess with cats in Greece, man. Somebody look at that as like you're doing something to my grandmama. So cats are all over the place in the hospitals, eating out the food trays, that type of stuff, just all up and down the hallways. Nobody stops them. Doors stand wide open. And we were walking past the pediatric little section, and there was a doctor sitting in the room right next to the baby in the bed, talking to the parents, smoking a cigarette. And that was the 1980s. So I'm not talking about the 1920s or 30s, the 1980s. And that doctor was sitting there just, and patient right there in the bed next to him, smoking a cigarette. So the ethics are not always the same in all parts of the world. And that's usually why somebody isn't recognized as a physician when they've been trained in other countries. Okay, so res ipsa liquitur, the thing speaks for itself, man. What you did was so obviously wrong. We don't need experts to come in and explain to the jury why. See, this is when you start showing pictures and just start deciding, okay, how much money we'll pay this person. Okay, the court case is pretty much decided. All right, and that is not somebody with a pair of scissors inside their body. You see, X-ray technicians sometimes just don't have a whole lot to do. So they'll take a pair of scissors, lay it down on the table, lay down on top of it, shoot the X-ray, and make it look like the scissors are inside them. I've seen all, nails in the head and all this stuff. You take a nail or hold it at the side of the head with a little piece of tape, shoot the X-ray, and it looks like the nail is inside the person's head. Probably the best story about this, has anybody ever seen a TV show called MASH? Alan Alda.
Yes,
Yeah,
I love that show.
Out there, okay, all right. There's one episode where a soldier comes into the MASH unit and he has an unexploded grenade inside his body. And they set up a bunker outside, and of course, Hawkeye and Hot Lips are the two that go out there to do the surgery to remove this unexploded grenade from the guy. So they had a little bunker and they went in there all and he comes out with the grenade and tosses it and it blows up, okay? And they saved the guy's life. That's taken from a real story from the Korean War. However, they didn't, they changed the story. They actually went through all that. They took the guy out into the bunkers. The doctors were doing the surgery. They were inside the person looking for the grenade, and it wasn't there. Turns out the guy was lying on it. It was underneath him on the gurney. And when they shot the x-ray, it looked like the grenade was inside the guy. So they just took a little bit of license with the MASH show. They actually got out there, opened this guy up, and turned out that the grenade was underneath him and not inside him. And so anyway, that's one of the issues with x-rays. You don't get three-dimensional view, but you do with CT scans and MRIs. So anyway, res ipsa loquitur, loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. It's so obviously wrong. Let's just start deciding how much we're going to pay the person. The most common lawsuit in healthcare is going to be for negligence. And what are we doing there? All right. With negligence, there are going to be 4 categories that we have to prove. Refer to them as the 4 Ds of negligence. And you'll have a test question concerning this. For example, which of the following is not one of the 4 Ds of negligence? Yeah. And let's start first with that term we've used already, duty. Do you have a duty to act? So if somebody comes in with a sore like this on their heel, the first thing we're going to have to prove is that it was your job to keep that from happening, that this happened under your care, and that it was your job to keep it from happening. So how do we do that? If you're a vocational nurse, we're going to bring in 10 other vocational nurses. And we're going to ask them. Doesn't matter where they work or who they work for. So, Jose, how long have you been working as a vocational nurse? Well, I've been working as a vocational nurse for 15 years. Okay. And have you ever seen something like this before? Well, those are called bed sores. And is it your job as a vocational nurse to keep this from happening to your clients? Yes, sir, it is. And we'll do that for 5 or 6 people. Just convincing the jury that as a vocational nurse, you have a patient under your care, it is your job to keep this from happening. So we first have to prove duty. Did you have a duty to act? Was it your job to keep this from happening? The next thing we're going to have to prove is that you were derelict in that duty. And we might ask, so Nurse Torres, have you ever been trained on how to keep bed sores from happening to somebody? Well, yes, sir. You change their position every 2 hours. We call it rocking and rolling at our facility. Okay, so this could have been prevented just by repositioning the patient every 2 hours. Yes, sir. And we'll bring 5 or 6 people in, and then we'll ask you, so you've already heard that the way to keep this from happening was to reposition the patient every 2 hours. Did you do that? Did you reposition this patient every 2 hours? Well, yes, I did. Okay. And where's your documentation? Because it says that nowhere in the medical record. Remember, if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. You did not rock and roll this patient. You did not reposition this patient every 2 hours like you were supposed to. So you were derelict in your duty. So we've proven that it was your duty, and we've convinced the jury that you were derelict in that duty. Now, did any damages happen as a result of your dereliction? There it is. Res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. This damage happened because you didn't rock and roll that patient. Really? See, we've proven damage, but we didn't prove direct cause yet. So we've proven it was your duty. We've convinced the jury that you were derelict in that duty. We've shown them the damages that happened as a result of that dereliction. However, now the defense gets a chance to talk. Mr. So-and-so is diabetic, and I have an expert witness here who will testify that that is not a bed sore. That's a diabetic ulcer. So it did not happen as a result of not rock and rolling this patient. It happened as a result of his disease process. So you failed to prove direct cause. Therefore, the lawsuit is not successful. So the 4 Ds of negligence: duty, dereliction, damages, and direct cause. And remember that just because 2 things happen together doesn't necessarily mean that one caused the other. You didn't rock and roll this patient. That's not a guarantee that this sore happened because of failure to reposition the patient. It could have happened because of something else. In statistics, they call that correlation doesn't imply causation. Just because 2 things are correlated because they happen together doesn't mean that one caused the other. And that's going to be the where you bring in the expert witnesses to tell that this can happen from just lying in the bed. You try to convince some non-medical jury people that you can get a sore like this just from your heel laying on the sheets, you're going to have a struggle convincing them that this could happen. And if you have ever worked with healthcare or nursing homes or anything like that, you know that these are bed sores. And they can happen in 24 to 78 hours of lying flat on a bed. That reason because blood gets pushed out of the tissue because of the pressure against the bed. If you push on your nail from underneath, you'll see your nail turn white. You hold that for 24 hours, the tissue right there will start to die. And that's what happens when you're lying in bed. You lie back on the tissue, the blood gets pushed out of that tissue, you continue to lie on that spot continuously, the tissue starts to die right there, and you end up with a bed sore, a decubitus ulcer. All right, so those are the 4 Ds of negligence and how they play out in a lawsuit. It's what the prosecutor is trying to prove, all 4 Ds. If you can prove all 4, your lawsuit will be successful. And that is the malpractice, malfeasance, misfeasance, nonfeasance. The most common form of healthcare lawsuits is under nonfeasance, or what we call negligence. You neglected to act. And then the 4 Ds of negligence. All right. The last source of law we're going to be talking about is the contract law. A contract between 2 parties. That could be 2 people, or it could be 1 person in a contract with Walmart or whatever, an organization. So a contract between 2 parties, a written agreement, or an agreement between 2 parties. Does the agreement have to be written is the next question. You see there are 3 types there. The written contract, and that's the one you think of when you think contract. You sign your name to it to buy a house or buy a car. Sign all those papers. Yep. We now have a contract. The verbal contract, where you express consent or agreement verbally. Now, if that's witnessed by somebody else, you still have a contract. And it's held up in court. If Christy says, Sarah, I will buy your car for $500. And Sarah says, I will sell you my car for $500. Sarah gives Christy the car. Christy doesn't pay for the car. They're in court and they call Mr. Mahone in. Mr. Mahone, did you hear Christy say that she would pay Sarah $500 for that car? Yes, sir, I did. You just lost. So if it's witnessed, yeah, your word is still your bond, your contract. And implied contract, we shake on it. If Christy says, Sarah, I'll sell you my car for $500. Sarah extends her hand and shakes. She doesn't say yes. She just extends her hand and y'all shake hands. You have a contract now. Even though Sarah didn't verbally say, yeah, I'll give you $500 for the car, you shook on it. That's a sign of agreement. Does anybody watch that show, Pawn Stars, on TV every now and then? Every time they come to an agreement on a number, what do they do with them? They shake hands. And they've got that handshake on camera. So if you now go up to the counter and say, no, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm not going to sell it to you for that price. We had a contract. And they could actually sue you. They probably won't, but they could. We had a contract. You shook on that price. And now you're telling me you want $500 more. No. We had a contract. So a written agreement between two parties, it can be written, or excuse me, an agreement. It can be written, verbal, or implied. If your kid falls at school on the jungle gym and hits their head on the bar and goes unconscious and and the school calls the ambulance, can the paramedic work on your kid without your permission?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, we call it an implied contract. You see, you're going to assume that you would want somebody to extend life-saving measures to your kid. And we're going to work on implied contract until you show up at the emergency room. In which case, and when you do show up, anything that's not life-saving, we're going to stop it immediately as soon as you show up. I mean, if we're in the middle of CPR, obviously we're not going to stop that. Or if they're in the middle of taking a bullet out, they're not going to stop that. But if we are bandaging a wound, getting ready to put a cast on, that type of stuff, we're going to stop all of that until the doctor comes out and talks to you. Tells you where we are, what we're doing, and what we're going to be doing next. And then it falls into your arena to approve that. So we have an implied contract with society that it's assumed that you would want somebody to save your life or your kid's life. That sometimes comes to be a problem with people for religious reasons that won't have blood transfusions and so on. And we're going to work until we do. And if you walk in and say your child is upstairs, we're transfusing blood, and you say, no, stop, we have to stop. Unless we get the courts involved. And that's when we call DHS, and they'll get a warrant from the judge to continue the life-saving measure. Did y'all see that case? There was a case, I think, was it in Texas? It was either in Texas or somewhere around here, where the lady refused the surgery for her son because it would involve the blood transfusion.
Selena died because her father didn't want a blood transfusion.
Really?
Yeah, they're religious practices. She could, from my understanding, she could have lived, but without the blood transfusion, it made it difficult for the doctors.
I think they said because they're Jehovah's Witnesses or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And this young lady, or this lady, they came with a court order because the baby wasn't old enough to hand off that type of responsibility. Selena was. So when Selena directed that her father was in charge of her health care, which what we call a advanced directive, where when I go, if I'm unconscious, my wife makes my decisions for me. So as an adult, yeah, then you've already made that and directed the father to be your caregiver. And I cannot believe that Selena didn't know that her father was Jehovah's Witness and that they don't do blood transfusions. So as an adult, yeah, it was held up in court. But as a child who couldn't make those kind of decisions, I think the kid was like 6 or 7 or whatever, couldn't make those decisions for themselves. So the court stepped in and made the decision for her, for the kid. And that's when the mother snatched the kid and left the state or whatever and was charged with kidnapping and yada, yada, yada. And the kid did go on, and they finally brought the kid back and did have the procedure. My grandmother, my father's mother, was Jehovah's Witness, and she had some issues later in life, and she was unconscious. And her oldest son, my father's oldest brother, made the decision that yes, do the blood transfusion, and they did it. And when the people from her church found out, they what did it, Jehovah's Witness and the door knocking, they go house to house, that type of stuff. That's levels that they go through. You notice it's usually the younger people with a couple of people guiding them as they go along and doing that. She had done that part already, and they told her she had to go back down to that part, and she was in her late 70s. So she broke away from the church, and I heard her say once that she was still Jehovah's Witness, but she didn't believe in the church anymore. And I kind of took that from my grandmother. I believe in God, but I don't believe in the church. I'm sorry. There is a higher power, but I just don't subscribe to what happens in churches. I've been there too long, y'all. When we were kids, our mother, they enrolled us in a Lutheran church. And the first thing they did was gave everybody this package of envelopes with for every Sunday and a tracking number on there. So they tracked how much money you gave. And if you didn't give that 10%, and by the way, you had to report your salary. So the minister of the church would know whether you're giving your 10% or not. And if you're not, they could kick you out of the church. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So that was Lutheran. I was like, see, when I started seeing things like that, that just really discouraged me to what church was all about. Okay. And I can talk to God anywhere. Remember, God's everywhere. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. So you don't have to be in this building to talk to God. I can talk to God driving my car.
Right.
So anyway, I believe in God, but I don't believe in the church. And I damn sure don't believe in the Bible, y'all. I'm sorry. The Bible,
Right.
yes. Anyway, we're getting a little off track here. All right, so anyway, contract law. A contract or a written agreement between two people. It can be written, but it doesn't have to be. And you should know the three parts of a contract. And they are offer, acceptance, and consideration. What does that mean? Okay. An offer. In healthcare, the offer is Dr. Bob taking new patients. That's the offer. Down here on San Pedro, come on down and see me. And then acceptance. You schedule an appointment with me. You've accepted my offer. Consideration means you pay for the services. Offer, acceptance, consideration. I will sell you my car for $500. I will buy your car for $500. Offer, acceptance, and then I give you the $500 and you give me the car. Consideration. And violation of any of those three was a breach of contract. And the contract can break down anywhere. For example, I'm Dr. Bob. I offer to treat you for your diabetes, but you can never get an appointment with me. And I need to see Dr. Bob. Oh, Dr. Bob doesn't have any appointments until November. I offered to treat you, but I'm not following through with that offer. You can't get in to see me. It's a breach of contract. And that's why doctors, especially in the family practice arena, are only allowed to take on a certain number of patients. If you are just the #1 doctor in San Antonio, it's like, y'all ever seen the commercials for, what's his name? The Texas Hammer, the lawyer dude, the Texas Hammer,
Yeah.
Do you think that person handles every case that comes in there? No. He has his cronies, the people, other lawyers, and they're good lawyers too, I guess, but lawyers that handle cases on his behalf and for his law firm. You may never meet that man, the Texas Hammer dude. Now, the other lawyers might be consulting with him in big meetings. You know, we're taking on this case of da, 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 but he's not the lawyer that will be actually in the courtroom with you. When a doctor says, I will treat you, they will be the one actually doing the treating. So doctors can only take on a certain number of patients by law. In the Air Force, for the family practice, is the only one I know is family practice, and they can only take on 75 families to keep from that scenario where you can never get in to see them. And that would be an example of breach of contract. I offer to treat you, but I'm not treating you. You can never get in to see me. Acceptance. I offer to treat you. You say, yeah, I want you to treat me. But when I say, Mr. Mount, I need to see you over the next, week or so about your lab results. Oh, sorry, doctor, can't get in. Sorry, doctor, can't get in. Sorry, doctor, can't get in. Eventually, I'm going to call that a breach of contract. And I'm going to send you a letter that terminates our contract. Okay. If you are scheduling appointments with me, then not showing up for the appointments, no shows, yeah, I'm going to terminate this contract because I'm losing money for you. You see, I had a 15-minute section blocked for you and you didn't show up. I could have had somebody else in there and I could have made money for that 15 minutes. And that's why it is important that we document no-shows. Patient in the Air Force, since there was no money involved, if you did a no-show, initially when I first started practice, we would just take it out and throw it away. They didn't show up. Later on in our practice, we started to realize how important it is, or I started to learn how important it is that you don't take those out of there. And you have some way of showing that, yes, we have had several appointments for this patient and she did not show up. So the person's not in court now saying that Dr. So-and-so never saw me. Well, we had an appointment for you on this day. What happened? Oh, well, my kid got sick that day and I couldn't make the appointment. Well, what about this one over here? Oh, my car broke down and I could, yeah, okay. So we have not violated our contract. You didn't show up for the appointments. Okay. And then consideration, you don't pay me for it. Yeah, I see you, I do everything I'm supposed to do and you don't pay. So the contract can break down at either one of those three levels, offer, acceptance, or consideration. Now, they had a problem at the VA for a while. You see, the VA requirement was that they see you within 30 days of requesting the appointment. But they weren't doing that. You were calling in, I was calling in, so yeah, I need to see Dr. So-and-so. Well, they don't have an appointment for 3 months down the road. Really? See, I've got an upset stomach. Well, they'll see you in November. Really? And you're going to go in there and you're going to put upset stomach for 3 months from now. Isn't that wrong? Aren't y'all supposed to see the people within 30 days? So what do you think they were doing? See, there's a little block when they go in and book the appointment for you. There's a little block up there on the screen saying that the patient requested this date. They check that block. Now they're now held to the 30-day standard. Patient said they want to be seen in November, so they were lying. They're giving you the appointment in November and then saying that you requested that date. And they got busted. And the director of the VA ended up resigning and They started realigning everything. And as a result now, I don't know if y'all know this, but right up here on 410 and 10, that Wonderland Mall or whatever mall they call that thing now, there's VA clinics in there. And that's where I go for my medical appointments now. I go to the Silver Team right up there at that mall. You're starting to see little VA satellite clinics popping up around different neighborhoods and so on. You're starting to see them outsource their appointments. You see, I had requested a colonoscopy when I turned 50 years old, like you're supposed to. I couldn't get it till I was 52. And I finally got it with the Gastroenterology Associates of San Antonio. So they're outsourcing some of these appointments to try and get caught up on this backlog that was caused by them lying about people requesting appointments, next year and that type of stuff. So anyway, the people that were doing that were all punished, and they're out of there now. So those are the three parts of a contract: offer, acceptance, and consideration. That next term down there is pronounced locum tenens. This is the doctor who sees you if your doctor is not available. So I offer to deliver your baby. You accept that offer. At the right time, you show up down at University Hospital like I instructed you to, and I don't show up. That's a breach of contract. However, I'm in Washington at my mother's funeral, and Dr. Smith is locum tenens for me. Okay. Should have been briefed on your case and can come in and deliver your baby for you. If they have to have a staff position from university, deliver your baby because I didn't prepare for that, there's your lawsuit. Okay. So this is why doctors go into practice together. Two doctors together, they act as locum tenens for each other. Now, it wouldn't be a good idea for these two doctors to be friends, because they can't really do anything together, like go on vacation together and that type of stuff, because one covers for the other one. So you have a built-in locum tenens when you have a practice with another doctor. And that's why so many of them go into practice together. If you're in a practice by yourself, you're going to have an agreement with some other doctor. Listen, if I have an emergency, my case files are located, You can get access to my case files from my office manager, Jose, who will, So anyway, that's locum tenens. You have to have a doctor to cover for you if you're not available. Otherwise, you could be charged with breach of contract or abandonment. You abandon the patient. Now, this is a debate around the country. Now, I'm sure it's not just in our country. Should there be a capitation on medical lawsuits or malpractice lawsuits? Capitation means that they set a maximum dollar amount that you can sue for. Insurance companies say that they do it for, that they want this for, to keep down frivolous lawsuits. People are just suing just to try and get money. But the insurance companies are the ones that are in favor of it. Remember, when you sue a doctor, you're suing for what that doctor did, but you're not necessarily suing the doctor. It's the insurance company that's going to end up paying for it. So, of course, they are in favor of lawsuit capitations. In other words, no matter what this doctor did, the most you can sue for is $1 million. Now, I believe that lawsuit caps are inappropriate. We shouldn't have them. You see, because sometimes lawsuits are punitive. In other words, we're doing this to punish you. And if you have an insurance company that's going to pay the money off for you and all they have to pay is $1 million, that may not be punishment enough for you. Like that nurse who killed those people up in Wilford Hall. They're going to go to prison for the rest of their life anyway, if not the death penalty. But this is a way of, for particularly heinous shit, like Michael Jackson's doctor, who gave him anesthesia to sleep at home. That was so unethical, it was ridiculous. And that person needs to be punished, what we call sued out of existence. And that's why sometimes you hear about lawsuits that are just like ridiculous, like the trying to sue Philip Morris. Philip Morris is the biggest tobacco producer in the United States, cigarettes and that type of stuff. And they tried to sue Philip Morris, or they did sue Philip Morris for $900 billion. What? $900 billion? Is anybody ever going to get that money? No. Philip Morris won't be able to pay it, and they'll file bankruptcy and go out of business. And that's what that's designed to do, to sue you out of existence, to drive you out of business. And that's why you hear about some of those incredible lawsuits like that. You're suing a doctor for $500 million. They can't pay that money, and they'll go out of existence. So sometimes lawsuits are punitive. So of course, the insurance companies are all in favor of malpractice capitations, making sure that you can't sue for more than this particular amount of money. And that's what the insurance company lobbyists are doing. Remember those people? They hang out in the lobby of Congress. Hey, Senator, we got that vote coming up on malpractice capitations next week. How do you plan to vote on that? Well, let me take you to lunch and talk to you about how we think you should vote and why the insurance companies think that this would be bad for healthcare, and try to sell it. And in some states, they do have malpractice capitations. I don't know about Texas or not, but in other states, they don't. All right. Malpractice defense. The first defensive measure is going to be your medical record. Remember what we said, it's a legal document. That's the first thing they're going to see. What did they write in this record? Or what did they fail to write in this record? So diligent documentation, man, making sure you write it down. If it did happen, write it down. And then this one right here is pronounced respondit superior. It means let the master answer. Now, of course, these are Latin, so they're antiquated terms. Let the master answer. Who is the master? The employer. Let the employer answer. Let the doctor answer. Let the president of the company answer. Did y'all see the forest fire in California that killed 60-something people? The one that was caused by a short in one of the electric company's transformers? And the president of the electric company standing up there answering. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. This was a kind of a cool one, and this one really caught me off guard. The dude was testifying before the Senate hearing on something. Can't remember what it was, but it was the Enron thing, where they were manipulating power on the East Coast and West Coast and causing power outages on purpose and that type of stuff, so that they could increase the amount of money they were charging people. And the senator said, so Mr. So-and-so, they've got the president of Enron sitting there. Mr. So-and-so, you're telling me that your board or your executives or whatever were able to do this without your knowledge? And the man looked at Senator right in the eye and he said, Senator, I'm telling you that the buck stops here. In other words, well, no matter what they did, I'm responsible for it. And I was like, whoa, you don't see that often. He said, Senator, I'm telling you, the buck stops here. In other words, let the master answer. I was responsible for it. Whether I knew about it or not, I was responsible for it. So that's respondit superior, let the master answer. And that's why you sue the trucking company and not the truck driver. That's why you sue the doctor that owns the clinic rather than suing the medical assistant who made the mistake. Respondit superior. Now, I wrote this over here for a reason as well. 360 milligrams of Toradol. Toradol is a pain med given by injection. And the doctor wrote the order, 360 milligrams of Toradol, and the nurse gave the medicine. Patient died. So now they're in court. So how much medication did you give to that patient? 360 milligrams. And why did you give that much? Because that's what the doctor ordered. You're good, right? Nope. You see, because I'm going to bring in several other nurses And I'm going to ask them questions like, so nurse so-and-so, have you ever given Toradol to a patient? Yes, sir, I have. And do you know what the normal dose of Toradol is? Yes, sir, I do. What's the normal adult dose for Toradol? 30 milligrams. So 360 is 6 times the normal dose. Yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, it is. And tell me, nurse so-and-so, what would you do if you got an order from a doctor to give 360 milligrams of Toradol to a patient? I would question the order. Thank you very much. And then I'll bring somebody in and say, so nurse so-and-so, have you ever given Toradol before? No, sir, I haven't. And if you received an order to give a medication that you'd never given before, are there any steps that you would take prior to giving that medication? Yes, sir, I would look the medication up. And I would look and see what the normal adult dose is and compare it to what the doctor has written. Thank you very much. So I've addressed both scenarios. Somebody who has given it before and somebody who's never given it before. And they're both saying that I would never have given that much Toradol to a patient. I don't care what the doctor wrote. And they both were charged, the doctor and the nurse. So that respondee superior, a good lawyer, is going to shift some of that blame on you. Why do we hire medical assistants in the first place? 1, as an assistant, but 2, as a backup. You see, if we could just write an order and somebody give it, then we don't need medical assistants to even go to school, do we? We don't need you to go and learn all about these medications and what the normal doses are, if it's all supposed to be up to the physician to get it right. Now, see, if my client, talking about the doctor, if my client had had a competent medical assistant that day, Miss So-and-so would still be alive. Now I've got the jury looking at you. You know, that's right. If this person had checked the order and the lady would still be alive today. Everybody makes mistakes. That's why we should have some type of backup. And you were the backup, and the backup failed. I'm not saying the doctor's going to get off with nothing, but you're not going to walk out of there scot-free. You're going to pay for that. And that's a real case, 360 milligrams of Toradol, and the lady died because they wanted to give her pain meds. All right, so let's take a break. It's 9:30. Yeah, 9:30, 9:35. Let's come back at, hold on, I got this stupid watch on, y'all. 5, 10, I got to literally count. We'll come back in 20 minutes. Come back at 5 minutes till. Give us 20 minutes. All right, let's get the attendance done. I'm looking for Elof. How about Nicole Beltran?
I'm sorry, did you have my name?
Who are you? Oh, I got you. Thank you.
Okay.
Nicole Beltran. Delia is here. I think I saw Delia.
Destiny was having problems with her technical problems. I know somebody told you that. Oh, there you are right there. No, she's cool.
I got it. Thank you, Jose.
Oh, I saw Delia. Michelle Chestnut. Michelle. By Christopher Cisneros. There you are. Cheryl Coach is here. Chloe, you here? Yep. Chloe Edenfield. There's.
I'm here.
Okay. And then Rebecca is here. Destiny is here. Cassie, I see you. Cassie. One more time, Cassie Garcia. Brenda Guzman. Why doesn't that name look Brenda Montano?
Brenda's usually with Maria. Let me check.
Okay. Elena Guzman. They're going to have to figure out a way to let me know they're here. I mean, I'm getting kind of tired of that, assuming that she's here because she's always with somebody else. No, they're going to have to figure out a way to let me know they're here, both of them. Elena Guzman. Elena. Isaac Hernandez. Danielle Lopez. Yes. Maricela Lopez.
Yes, I'm here.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Tatiana. There you are.
Maria said Brenda's not going to be with her anymore. So
Maria is, okay, I don't see Maria Martinez. There you are. Monica is here. Chloe McDaniel is here. Jose is here. Wendy Nickerson. Wendy, there you are.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And then Lionadra is here. Christy is here. Sarah is here. Carissa Tarango is here. Madeline Tarango.
But I don't want to ask him, can he give me an A?
What were y'all talking about? Oh.
Sir, Madeline's not in your class anymore.
Oh, that's right. She transferred tonight. And then Esther Torres is here. All right. So the people I have marked absent one more time. Nicole Beltran.
No, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Michelle Chestnut.
I'm here.
Okay, I got you. Cassie Garcia. Brenda Montano. Elena Guzman. I see you signing in right now. Isaac Hernandez. Okay. Now what do I do here? This has got me all locked up this morning, y'all. It won't let me open files because they are in the process of being uploaded. It won't let me stop the upload because files are open. Oh, here we go. Let me see.
Hey, sir, I found that the PowerPoint, but it doesn't let me. It didn't let me upload it because it's coming with an alert. Okay. So yeah, if later on you can send another one, I'll be
I don't know what
like so happy.
Yeah, I don't know what that alert is all about. I didn't set it that way. Some people mentioned that Friday that it came with an alert, and I don't know what that's all about. I don't set alerts or anything like that. So I don't know what that was all about.
Cassie Garcia says she's having trouble with her internet. She's in and out, but she is here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Today's the 13th. Buddy. Tatiana, they just handed me your test, so you're good there, and homework. I'll get that updated. That's right, I wasn't doing it this way. Anyway.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Thank you.
Happy birthday again, Joe.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Aw, let's see.
I hope you get a lot of tacos.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
happy birthday, Joe.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
so I'm gonna ask a stupid question. Is today your birthday, Joe?
It's tomorrow, so nah, just playing today.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. I didn't think I was gonna live past 25 the way I was rolling.
Welcome to the club, man. There's no way I thought I'd live to be this old, Joe. I'm just, I'll be 57. No way.
Blessings.
I thought-
Thanks, everybody.
So
Sir, when's your birthday?
in August,
Oh, I figured that.
whatever. Okay, I just sent a PowerPoint titled Personality Development. That's what we're going to be talking about here as we go. I will get this all sorted out. I just deleted a video from up there, so maybe that'll open up enough space for this upload to finish. Yeah, it is still uploading files again. So anyway, hopefully that'll get a chance to finish. And that's what I mean when I was saying that I can't upload the videos up to there because there just won't be enough space up there. All right. So I know there was one more slide left in law and ethics, but we're going to be talking about that when we do our professional development. So we have a discussion coming up on ethics a little bit later this week. So I'm going to skip off of ethics for the sake of moving on. And we're going to go on and move into personality development. Law and ethics and everything we talk about this week will be on one test. So I'll be sending out a review for that. This is such a big test. And I want to get at least about halfway through it before I send out the review. So take the law and ethics PowerPoint combined with this one, and then everything else we talk about this week will be one test. I haven't set the test date yet, but it'll be forthcoming. Right? So right now, get that chapter 1 homework done and chapter 2 homework, and then you should be okay. Remember that the chapter 1 and 2 test is due by tomorrow morning. Has anybody done that one yet? All right, I see a couple people. All right.
Yeah.
Make sure you get that done tonight then, because it's due by tomorrow morning. And use the review. That's what it's there for. What can I tell you? Steady. All right, so we're going to start talking now about the in the professional development part of our lessons, and that'll take us the rest of the week. And then next week we'll be back in the textbook, and we'll finish out in the textbook. All right. So I'm going to start asking, like I do, a question. When these discussions for this week, it's going to be more about the discussion than the note taking. I'll give you everything you need for the note taking. Okay. But I do want to hear some comments, some ideas about what we're talking about, because much of this stuff is not concrete. You know, the heart is right here, that's concrete information. Some of this stuff is based on interpretation and your outlook or ideas about people and the world itself. So I want to hear a little more conversation this time. In the classroom, we get into some pretty heated debates sometimes over some of this information, and not necessarily, you know, things like what is professional dress, and why does people my age, or why do people my age get to make that decision? Those decisions should be made by younger people as to what's professional and what's not. So we'll have these conversations this week, and let's try and get some sharing back and forth. Okay. So I'm going to start with a question, and that is, have you ever worked with somebody who was just a total character? And by character, I just mean odd, or there was just something about them, their way, their whatever. So does anybody want to share an odd, a character that you worked with in the past?
I worked with this guy that couldn't say nothing serious. He was always taking jokes and always talking about food. He annoyed me.
Yeah, everything was a joke. Okay, and when you're trying to get serious, you get the job done. This wingnut is over there cracking jokes about shit. There was a movie I watched where they were trying to find this satellite amongst the thousands of satellites in imagery, and they're trying to find this one satellite. And the guy goes, "Man, there's just satellites all over the place. You know, how are we going to search all of this?" And somebody over the side goes, "That's why they call it space." And he said, "Excuse me, what was that?" And this was like a 4-star general. He goes, "Excuse me, what was that you just said?" He said, "Well, that's why they call it space." He said, "Thank you very much. Will you shut up, please?" That's not the time to be cracking a freaking joke, man. This satellite about to blow up the planet, and this dude's over with. That's what he called it space. He said, "Well, thank you very much. Will you shut up, please? You know, and let's get serious." So yeah, somebody who was just joking all the time. Anybody else? A real character out there.
How about the one that's always that takes the position of a manager, is always trying to.
I was gonna say that I had this one. I used to work with this one person that thought they were in charge and would make up kind of rules and things how we gonna like processes that they know we didn't follow, and it's just like, golly, it was so annoying. You know, I'm not gonna follow you. You're not my boss. You don't. You know, they gave us a whole schedule right here, but you want to do it how you want to do it. Like I don't cut corners, especially if I'm very new. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's my wife's favorite saying. "You're not the boss of me."
No, I'm serious.
I'm the boss of this damn house. So, man, let me tell you something, woman. I don't play. Go fix me some dinner. Fix me a sandwich. Be quiet. Anyway, you got to be stupid to let somebody fix you food when you know they're mad at you.
Yes, that's not a good idea.
So my wife be like, "You ready for dinner?" No.
No.
You're not cooking me nothing tonight, man. You can forget that, man. Yeah, you upset. Gonna be rubbing my bread on your butt or something, man. You know. So anyway, spitting in my food like Celie. Y'all remember Celie from The Color Purple? Spitting the glass water. Yeah.
She spit in the glass water, the ice water, and stirred it up.
Still out there spitting or something.
Ew.
Mad at me. So anybody else know a real character out there in the world?
Somebody that's really awkward, that doesn't really have any communication skills. You know, they're just real awkward and introverted and closed off.
Okay.
For me and Michelle, it was Kurt. It was this guy named Kurt, man. He had everything that our instructor or the boss or one of the nurses on the floor would tell him, he would turn it into a political thing and like get steaming mad.
Every day. It was
right, Michelle. He was weird, man. The teacher would send him out, make him go outside and walk for a little while because he would get like, we didn't know what his situation was. Real emotional, mad, or super sad.
It's because I'm black, right? Yeah.
No, he wasn't black. He was not black, but he was. I'm telling you, sir, he would either be like take it emotionally and be upset, or he'd be like super sad about it. So we couldn't get him like outside of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
And he's still going through it because he still texts us the same thing every day.
Yes, and we are done with this class. We're done with this class, and he's still mad.
He's trying to vent. All right.
Mhm.
You know what? Y'all are kind of mild, man. I was. Anybody else want to share real quick before I share mine?
Sir, it's kicking me in and out, so just letting you know, I'm back in and out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We got that coworker that's always having problems with technical support. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
And she would bring her home stuff to work with her, but she would try to do her job and the DON's job at the same time, and you can't even do your job.
Okay. All right. You know, I was interviewed at a place up on 281 and 16, somewhere around there, 1604 and out that way, right? And I worked there for about a week and decided that wasn't for me. It was a place where they claimed to be able to increase somebody's IQ. I didn't know that, you know, when I applied. It was a brain learning institute type thing designed to help people to get into college, pass the SATs and that type of stuff. And but they actually were claiming to the clients that they could increase a person's IQ, and I disagree with that. But anyway, so I wasn't there very long. But when they were introducing me to people, they're taking me, walking me around, and introducing me to folks, and they introduced this one lady, and as Captain so and so, and I said, "Oh, hey, Captain, how you doing? Why is this flashing at me? Are y'all chatting to me?" Yes, he did send the PowerPoint. Okay, so what was I saying? My ADD kicked in. Oh, she introduced me to this lady, and she, hi, I'm Captain so-and-so. I said, hey, Captain, how you doing? You know, and we moved on. You know, a lot of retired military people, or, you know, somebody who, you know, they like to keep that title. So, yeah, well, nice to meet you, Captain. You know, so I went on and I met a couple other people. And one guy was telling me, yeah, we've got some other prior military folks work here. And I said, oh, yeah, I met Captain so-and-so already. And he kind of chuckled a little bit. I said, what? He said, she was never in the military. I was like, well, what was she captain of? You know, was she like, you know, a fireman or a policeman or something like that? No, she was captain of her Star Trek club. Or a ship, excuse me. They had a ship, yeah. And they had a security officer and a first officer and, you know, a science officer and all that, just like you see on Star Trek, even a communications officer. And she was the captain. Really. Anyway, that's what I mean by character. Strange people out there. She was the captain of her Star Trek ship. So anyway, and it didn't become an issue because I didn't work there very long, but I was not about to walk up and call this woman captain. I'm sorry. I'll avoid just even having to say anything relating to you by name. I just say good morning, you know, or how you doing, or can you help me with something? I'm not gonna walk up to you, Captain so and so. Good morning, Captain so and so. Whatever, man, because you're the captain of your Star Trek ship, and she earned that title. Anyway, when I worked the wards out in California, I worked with Wiley and Cristobal. This was the early 80s. That was my first assignment, 1982. So it was 1982, Wiley and Cristobal. These dudes were a couple. Back in the day when it wasn't popular to, like, you know, publicize that kind of stuff, they were a couple. They were both in the military and they didn't give a damn. And what I said, it was never illegal to be gay in the military. Cristobal had the frost in the hair, and I got into an argument with him one day because he was my trainer, and I got into a discussion. Man, that's not your name. Oh, yes, that is my name. I say, that is not your real name. Emery Mahone, you watch. I'm going to show you. And he brought in his birth certificate, and that was his real name. I was like, well, your mama named you right, man. Cristobal. Anyway, and Wiley. So anyway, they were like just open. Cristobal will tell you, he's like, he's the quarterback and I'm the receiver. You know, they were just like flaming. But I tell you what, when a patient would come out their room and say, Emery Mahone, is Cristobal here? No, he's not around right now. Can I help you? No, thank you. We'll wait for Cristobal. Them patients love them to death, man. To the point where they would only let, my dad only wants Wiley to do this. Or my dad only wants Cristobal to do this. We'll wait for Cristobal. They love those patients to death, man. Or those patients love them to death. They got the damn job done. And they were good at what they did. Now, Wiley was actually a amateur baker. And he baked our wedding cake for us. And I was thinking, okay, it's going to be, because there were like 300 people at our wedding. And I was thinking it's going to be like one of those little sheet cake things, man. They rolled this thing in, y'all. It was the 4-tier, and the bottom tier had, you can't see my hands, had to be this big around. And then the next tier, and then the boom, and then the bride and groom on the top tier. I was like, you got to be shitting me, man. And that was our wedding gift. So we didn't have to, that would have been a $1,000 cake, I promise you that. But then my wife standing there looking at the cake. She's like, where is Wiley? Where that boy at? I am not that black. He tried to make the bride and groom like match our complexions. And he painted my wife with black paint. She's like, where that boy at? I am not that black. So she running around in her wedding gown trying to find Wiley to chew him out for painting her black on the cake like that. So anyway, just characters out there, y'all. People that just seem weird. But sometimes there's a value for having them around. I'm sure Captain So-and-so was some type of asset to that company. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put up with that crap. Okay. I'm a character when it comes to people working around me. I will tell them, y'all, I am not going to do that. I told them in the meeting the other day, I don't care how you feel about yourself, you're going to wear a mask when you're around me. And several people in the meeting picked their mask up and put them on because they were sitting in this meeting. Some people just getting like, just sitting. I was like, you know what? I don't care what you feel about the government, the governor's directive or whatever. But when you're around me, you will wear a mask. And 3 or 4 people had to pick their mask up and put them on. I just tell it like it is. And that's what Ms. Paz told me the other day. She said, you know, I like you because you just say it like it is. And I do. So I'm kind of a character too in that sense. And I'm sure people wonder, why do they put up with that from Mr. Mahone? Because you bring some type of value to the company. Now, we're supposed to wear lab coats. Teachers. Excuse me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go to my boss and say I'm not going to do that. I have a lab coat. It's over there hanging on the chair. And people walk in here all the time and see me without this lab coat on. But why do they put up with that?
Because you're a damn good teacher?
Because I bring something to the table. I'm not going to
They know your value. You teach well.
I'm not going to say I'm the best teacher in the building.
I will say for you, it's cool.
Pause for dramatic.
I think you might be Mr. Mahone.
I'm not going to say that.
Because I've had people that had you before that have told me.
So another quirk about me is that
I think you should just make the whole class do.
I'm a narcissist. And this is just makes me strange to people. But here I am. I bring some value. And if you bring that, then we might overlook some of your little quirks. We might let you walk around calling yourself captain. As long as you keep doing what you're doing.
Pick it up, put it in the plate.
Wiley and Cristobal, there is no way that somebody was going to throw them off that ward. The way the patients the way they connect with the patients and the way the patients just love them to death. There's no way. So when you think about people out there and why they are the way they are, some of it has to do with the way their personality developed. And it could be a positive thing, something that's had a dramatic positive effect on your personality and how you interact with other people, or something that's had a negative effect on your personality, that's made you an aggressive person, that made you a person that absolutely has to be the center of attention, or makes you that person that feels like they have to take charge. That's in your personality. And where did that come from? A good part of being able to tolerate something is being able to understand it. When we understand something, that builds tolerance. Okay? When we start to try and understand why African American people feel disenfranchised right now, that helps us to then start to tolerate and understand why a Black man would get scared when the police pulls him over, or why a young Black man sitting in the car will be nervous if the police pulls you over on a dark road at night. So understanding what it is that happened to their personality that causes them to act the way they do, and also what it is they need from you. Why are they acting that way? There's something they want or something that they need. A need isn't being fulfilled for them. And let me give you a little bit of an example. Here's a short video. It comes from a movie called Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's an old movie, but you know, it's still funny. If you saw it today, you would laugh. And this kid is coming in asking the guy who helped get him his job there if he'll cover the front desk for me for a minute, or the counter. It's a fast food restaurant. And here's how it plays out.
This was McCully. McCully, he orders a pizza.
Don't do that. Please. Please don't do that. Can you cover me and register too? Okay. May I help you?
Yes. This is not the best breakfast I ever ate, and I'd like my money back.
Okay. I believe you have to fill out a form for that.
No, I'd like my money back now.
I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. You see, I have to fill out a form, and well, you ate most of it already, so.
See that sign? It says 100% guaranteed. You know what the meaning of guarantee is? Did they teach you that here?
Sir, if you just wait a minute.
Look, just put your little hand back in the cash register and give me my $2.75 back, please, Brad.
Sir, if you just give me a minute, I'll find the forms. I'll take care of everything.
I don't have a minute. You made me late enough. I am so tired of dealing with incompetence. It says 100% guaranteed, you moron.
Mister, if you don't shut up, I'm going to kick 100% of your ass.
Is there a problem here? Can I help you, sir? You bet you have a problem. Your employee here used profanity and threatened me with violence. I'm surprised. I eat here all the time. Usually have good service until today. All I wanted was my money back on this breakfast. It was a little undercooked. And he threatens me with violence. Now I'm going to call your supervisor. I can take care of it.
Mr. Hamilton, did you threaten this customer or use profanity in any way?
Why? He insulted me first. He called me a moron, Dennis.
Answer. Did you threaten this customer or use profanity in any way?
Yes.
You're fired. I'm very sorry, sir. I'll refund your money right now. Hope you won't hold this against us. How these junkies are these days. Here we are. Perhaps another breakfast.
I hope you had a hell of a fist, Arnold.
All right. So what happened there? Why was that guy at the counter acting that way?
Which guy?
The customer. Why was he acting that way?
He probably always goes there and gets his way. It's like a regular.
Unempowered.
Saw a new face at the counter.
I got
an office guy that goes there every day.
Some people know that they get picked on a lot, or they're under authority so much that when they have an opportunity to be over someone, they extend
Abuse
it and they abuse it, because now that's their chance to release on somebody, because people are always releasing on them.
That guy might have been the low man on the totem pole at wherever he works. Everybody's always coming down on him, so he gets a chance now to come down on somebody else. Okay, that might be. It might be the need to just feel important, the need to feel superior. A narcissist, somebody who feels that they are more important than everybody else. There could have been several things driving his behavior. And later on, we'll keep referring back to that video clip, and we'll talk about some things that Brad could have done in that scenario and how it was a no-win scenario for him. So, personality development. Know this definition for personality. I made this back before I was putting all the reds in there like that. So know that definition. Personality refers to those persistent and enduring behavior patterns that tend to be expressed in a wide variety of situations. Persistent and enduring behavior patterns that tend to be expressed in a wide variety of situations. Now, let me ask you, do you think a person's personality changes over time? Does the personality change?
Yes.
Yeah, through meeting different kinds of people and like what they can and can't tolerate.
And some just want to chill after we get older. It's like, man, I'm too old for this. Yeah, whatever. It's cool.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, let me say this. You know, I'm going to disagree with you.
I think it can kind of get worse a little bit because of all the stuff you put up with.
Persistent. There's a word right there. Not changing. Persistent and enduring. They last over long periods of time. Now, what is it? What am I saying? It's that those personality traits that we have, once they're developed, they'll tend to be there from now on. So what does it mean, or what are you seeing when you see somebody's behavior changing? It doesn't mean the personality changes. We learn to, for example, like Jose, the one person that was the joker, always had something to joke about. Now, see, when that person was a kid, he was a joker then too. And somebody might have said something like, you know, man, my grandmama died last week. And he might have said something like, well, at least she doesn't have to pay taxes anymore. And people went, are you kidding? Did you just say that? That was so inappropriate. Now, is this person going to stop being a joker? No, they'll still be a joker, but they learn to do what? Rein in that personality when it's not appropriate. They learn to refine their behavior. Now, that refinement can be good or bad. For example, if you're a kid that was constantly being told to shut up, or was constantly being ridiculed when you did say something, guess what's going to happen to your personality? It's not going to change. You will always still be the talker, but you'll stop talking. Your behavior will change. Even though you've always got something to say, you won't say it. And that's me. When I was a young man, I mean, my mother and my sister, they were just on me, y'all. My sister's 2 years older than me. And they were just on me. Every word out of my mouth was just dumb. Everything was just stupid because I was a joker. Everything was ridicule. And as a result, I didn't have anything to say. And if you meet my mom today, one of the first words out of her mouth, he was such a quiet kid. Oh, I talked. I just didn't talk to you. You see, I talked to my homies and sometimes to myself. I just didn't talk to you. So I
Mr.
learned
Mahone.
to control the behavior, even though y'all know damn well I'm a talker. I learned to control the behavior. And when it's not appropriate, I don't talk. Yes,
Sir,
sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm having an emergency, so I'm gonna have to go deal with that.
Okay.
I'll get with Michelle for notes and everything.
And we're recording too.
Okay, I see the little blinky thing.
Okay.
Okay, bye everyone. Sorry about that.
Okay. So
So
Yes,
does
sir.
that mean when you get mad, we have to be careful when you do get mad? The very few times you get mad.
what does that have to do with anything?
You know how they say those quiet people, they're
Oh, the
very
quiet
calm
man.
and relaxed.
Oh,
But once they get mad, you got to be careful when they really do get mad.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is I'm not the quiet type. You feel me? I'm not a quiet person. But I have learned and to refine that in my personality. And when I came to the conclusion that I was a narcissist, that hurt my feelings, y'all. I'm like, really? Yeah, and I started looking at what narcissists do. And yeah, center of attention, always got to be the one talking. Yeah, that was me. Now, not around my family though, but when I joined the Air Force and dating my wife and all that, y'all, I would dominate conversation big time. When somebody asked us how we met, I never gave her a chance to speak. I always started talking. Well, we met at In a sense, everybody was talking to me. And I started to look back at that and I'm thinking, damn, man, that really was me. I really was like that. Or I really am like that. And that hurt my feelings a little bit. But now, if we meet somebody today and they ask, so how did y'all meet? I would say, you tell the story, sweetie. You tell it better than I do. Now, is that the truth? No. I'm dying to tell the story. She gets it wrong every freaking time. But I've learned to control the narcissism. It's still in my personality, but in my personality, I've refined it. And my behavior, I can control. You see, you can never, ever get in trouble for something that you think. It's only your behavior that gets you in trouble. If you can learn to control your behavior, that's the key. And you can think what the hell you want. You want to be prejudiced against Hispanic people? You can be that. Nobody's saying you can't, but you can't behave that way. And so on. So that is personality. It typically doesn't change. It takes a life-altering event to change your personality. For example, a heart attack, where that takes you from an intense person into a, you know what, I better learn to, boom. And even then, you're only learning to control the intensity. It's still there. You control it better. All right, so personality is persistent and enduring. It typically doesn't change once it's developed. So where does our personality come from?
Home?
Does it come from your parents through DNA?
Yeah, because if they have like issues, you can be born with those issues.
Sure, yeah. DNA problems in your DNA. It may be what's lead to bipolarism and that type of stuff. It's not proven, but there could be a connection between a person's DNA and developing bipolarism or something like that. What about the environment in which you're raised?
Yes.
Does that shape your personality?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, today, we're getting away from this debate between nature versus nurture. Which one has the greatest impact on your personality? And the idea is that they both impact the development of your personality. So it's nature plus nurture. What you got naturally from your parents and how you were raised come together to shape your personality. It's been shown that babies are either very still or very mobile in the womb, and that translates to their personality. That's part of their personality. A baby who is very still in the womb might be a person who's just content with things. I'm not a big arguer, complainer. I just go with the crowd. Yeah. So it's been shown that some of the activities that babies engage in the womb are the direct result of their personality developing. And then the environment that you're exposed to. Let's take a look at this lady. Y'all see that lady in the middle right there? Y'all ever heard of her before?
Yes.
Whitney Houston, yeah. I don't care what anybody say. Y'all don't say nothing bad about Whitney, okay? Because I'm going to beat you up. I don't care what anybody says. You know, you can be on the Beyonce train or the Aaliyah train or whatever. But let me tell you something. Nobody has ever sold 1 million copies of the national anthem sung live at a sporting event. That's never been done before and hasn't been done since. So this was the quintessential songbird, okay, as far as I'm concerned. Now that craziness with Bobby Brown and all that, y'all, that hurt my heart. I was like, really? She can't find nobody better? Oh, damn, Whitney, I'm available. You know?
Your wife would kick your ass.
Bobby Brown, my ass. My wife knows that there are 2 or 3 women. They knock on the door, I'm gone.
Who are they?
Whitney, Halle Berry, and oh man, doggone it, Angela Bassett. Remember Angela Bassett played Tina Turner? Yeah.
Angela Bassett's fine.
Angie girl.
Yes, I believe so.
And now my wife says, don't let Denzel come knocking on the door. I was like, Denzel, old fathead punk. Go ahead.
It'd be nice, Denzel.
Like, don't let Denzel come knocking. I was like, whatever, man. Halle come knocking on my door. Oh, Halle, I'm with you, girl. Hold up. Let me just get my shoes on. Anyway.
He's so right.
So now Whitney Houston. Now, do you think Whitney Houston was a born singer or did she learn to sing?
She was born singing.
She was born, but she was like brought up with the church. So I think it helped.
All right. Yeah. Okay. You see these women around Whitney Houston? Okay. Let's first look for the genetic link. Was it in her DNA?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you might not be able to see this lady's name.
Yep. Dionne Warwick.
Yeah. Her,
Thelma Hugh. Thelma
That's
who?
her mama.
Thelma?
That's her, yeah.
No, this is her cousin.
Oh, okay. Because then her mom, yeah.
Okay. What about Dionne Warwick?
No.
Dionne Warwick was her aunt.
Yeah, that's what I was, yeah.
You know that? If it wasn't for Aretha Franklin, Dionne Warwick would have been the Queen of Soul. And right next to Dionne is Dee Dee Warwick. Dionne's sister. For a long time, I was confused and thought they were the same person. But they both had Grammy-winning hits in the 60s and 70s. Dionne and Dee Dee Warwick. They were her aunts. Thelma Houston was her cousin. This lady up top here, that's Cissy Houston. She had one of those like big 100-people gospel choirs. And Whitney Houston sang in that choir since she was old enough to stand up. So there is a genetic link. But what about environment?
Yeah, she came from that background, so.
Shaka Khan gave her first singing job. She was 16 years
Shaka
old.
Khan.
She sung backup for Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan, let me rock you, Shaka Khan. Yeah. She gave her first singing job. So she had an in with Shaka Khan at 16 years old. Shaka Khan, Patti LaBelle, Dionne Warwick, and Gladys Knight, that was the female Rat Pack. They went everywhere together. And Whitney Houston had an in with that group. Now, these ladies, guys, if you don't know this, this is the word diva right here. That's where the word comes from, these ladies right here, everybody on this slide. But then one we haven't talked about, that lady right there, Aretha Franklin. You almost have to say Miss Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul. She was Whitney Houston's godmother. She had the environment. It's like Stevie Wonder sitting up there with Michael Jackson both, sitting up in the basement of Motown with Smokey Robinson, Gladys Knight and the Pips, the Temptations, Jimmy Ruffins, David Ruffins. I mean, everybody. And these dudes were kids hanging out with them. That was Whitney Houston. She was a kid hanging out with the people that we call today diva. She had the environment as well. If she had not had this environment, Whitney Houston might have been that lady who stood next to you at somebody's Christmas party at work or birthday party at work singing happy birthday. And you turn and say, you have such a pretty singing voice. And then everybody goes back to work. She had the environment. So the gift is one thing. If that gift is not nurtured in an environment that supports it, you never build that gift into what it could be. So it's a combination of our gifts that we naturally have and the environment either fosters those gifts or discourages them. If you're lucky enough to be in an environment that fosters your greatest gifts, that's where great people come from. Imagine if Michael Jordan had never been taken to a basketball court. And by the way, imagine being the man that cut Michael Jordan from the high school basketball team. Did y'all know that? Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team.
Yeah, he was cut. He would never be who he was if he never got cut.
Yeah. Albert Einstein was told that he was too stupid to learn by one of his teachers.
Like ADHD.
That he was too stupid to learn. Imagine being the person who told Einstein, who called Einstein stupid. You know, E equals MC squared, da 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 da. Imagine a person who told him he was stupid and how that person felt. Okay. This is kind of off the subject, but guys, it's such an interesting story. There was a guy who lived in France. He was a Frenchman. Or excuse me, he was an Italian, and he owned a tractor company. They built tractors and and he made a lot of money. And his favorite automobile was a Ferrari. He owned 4 Ferraris. And he got a chance to go to a small business convention, and the keynote speaker there was going to be Enzo Ferrari, the founder of the Ferrari. And he got a chance to attend that. And he got a chance to speak to Enzo Ferrari himself. And he asked 2 questions. He said, do you ever plan to make your cars easier to handle? Ferraris are notoriously difficult to drive, y'all. You have to pretty much take classes to drive them. And do you ever plan to make them more affordable for the common man? And Enzo Ferrari looked at this man and said, you know what? What do you do for a living? And he said, well, I make tractors. He said, well, you make the tractors. Let me make the sports cars. And walked away from the man. The man was so put off by that he sold all 4 of his Ferraris. And he used that money, plus a lot of his own money, to develop his own sports car.
Was that Tesla?
Fabio Lamborghini.
Oh, okay.
And now Lamborghinis outsell Ferraris 5 to 1. You never know who you're talking to. Just as interesting. Back in the day, did anybody have a Sega Genesis?
Yes.
So I had a Sega Genesis.
Hell yeah. That's the
And
Genesis.
Sega made the very first CD-ROM for a video game.
Yep, it did. Very smart.
It plugged into the side of the Genesis. It was called the Sega Saturn.
Yep.
And everybody had to have one. It was the latest thing. Going from the cartridge to the CD-ROM.
Yep.
It was the latest thing. Nintendo wanted to get in on this.
Mm-hmm.
So if you buy an old Nintendo game deck, if you look on the side, you see there are doors over there that open up for them to plug in the CD-ROM that they were developing, but never got around. They never actually did it.
Mr. Mahone.
Yes.
You know who was supposed to take, you know who was supposed to, they were supposed to take off of that. You know who they were supposed to sell it to? And they did their own thing?
Say what?
You know who they were supposed to sell it? You know who was supposed to buy that from them?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Don't be stealing my thunder. Anyway.
I know.
Anyway, they hired a small company to produce this CD-ROM for their Nintendo. It's going to plug in the side just like the Sega Saturn. And they pulled, the company borrowed like $1 million on the strength of the contract that they had with Nintendo. And at the last minute, Nintendo backed out. Now here's this small company stuck with this CD-ROM thing. And what are they going to do with it? So they sold it to a different company. You know what Nintendo was going to call their CD-ROM? Sega was the Sega Saturn. This was going to be the Nintendo PlayStation. They sold it to another company, Sony. And Sony kept the name, Sony PlayStation. And now the PlayStation outsells the Nintendo like 10-1. They created their own competition by being stupid. So anyway, a little off the subject, but fun to talk about sometimes. All right, so our personality comes from nature plus nurture. What we get through our DNA plus what we get from our environment. Now this man, his name is Abraham Maslow, and he developed a theory of personality development that is used all over the world. Every place from college to management training to even every person in the United States military has classes on Abraham Maslow and his hierarchy of needs. A hierarchy is an arrangement based on importance, with the lowest level being the least important and the highest level being the most important, a hierarchy. And Maslow represents his, stated that behaviors and our personality development are shaped in response to physiological and psychological needs. In other words, that person at the front desk or at the counter was acting that way because of a need that he needed to fulfill. The need to feel important, the need to feel secure, but there was some need that was not being fulfilled in that man. And that's why one of the reasons he was acting that way at the counter. And that's made Abraham Maslow's theories, that our needs drive our behaviors. We act in response to things that we are trying to fulfill in ourselves. And some of that could be just your basic self-esteem. You need to feel important or more important than the person you're talking to. And this is the actual pyramid. And this will be part of your assessment. What I'm doing here, I am cutting that. All right, I'll cut this one over here too. Not that one, this one. Yes, I do talk to myself. All right, so anyway, in the classroom, I haven't figured out how I'm gonna do this yet, but in the classroom, I would give you a blank pyramid and you would fill in the 5 levels. And you can follow along. No, this is not in your textbook. Anyway, so down here at the base, we're going to start with the, what's that word down there?
Physiological.
Psychology. Psychological.
Physiological.
Psychological. I mean, physiological.
Make that mistake. It's not psychological. It's physiological.
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 Physio is function.
Physio.
So what are our basic physiological needs? What are those? The things you need to survive. Food, shelter, clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and in some cases, now, Maslow is not saying that you didn't get these things, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be here today. So what is Maslow saying then? How did you get them? Did you have to compete for these things, or are they provided for you freely? Did anybody grow up in a house with multiple brothers and sisters, multiple siblings?
Yes. 7.
How many?
Yes.
7. Anybody more than 7? Okay.
3.
And did y'all live in the house together at one time, at one point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So you've got 6 or 7 brothers or siblings, and your mama yells, "Dinner time." Do you just sashay to the table? I'll get there.
No.
We had to wash our hands.
Let me.
We probably, I'm sure, got served, so there can be everybody can get, not just, hey, everybody get in,
So mama was being kind of smart about it. What if mama just takes the bucket of chicken, sets it in the middle of the table and say, "Y'all come on and eat"?
Somebody's not gonna eat.
Yeah. Somebody's gonna get there late. And then all is gonna be left is that square piece of chicken, the one that nobody wants, the one that I don't know what that thing is. And you think your brother, all the biscuits are gone. You think your brother gonna give you one? Yeah, your brother sitting there like this.
I'll kick his ass.
How many of y'all did what I did? Did you ever grab it and lick it?
Gross. My
purpose.
older brother used to do that to my sister, and she would cry so much.
Cry. Okay, so now you grew up in an environment where you had to compete for your basic physiological needs. Now you would have gotten something to eat, but you might not have gotten the best piece of chicken, or whatever. You might have got the last little scoops of beans from the bottom of the pot. So the next time you call to the table, you're going to hustle but and get there. And you're going to be the one with the good piece of chicken and 2 biscuits and so on. Now, what's that going to do to your personality? So you're 35 years old now. You're at work, and they're having a potluck that day. And everybody's standing around waiting, and the ladies are getting the food all set up and everything. Everything's smelling real good. And somebody says, "Okay, y'all, it's ready." Oh yeah. And everybody's looking at you like, "Damn, he's rude." Was that person being rude? No, it's their personality. I'm going to go get mine because I want the best pieces. All right, now, other situations. Are you the one that lets people in on the highway?
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about if you have developed that type of personality where you hustle up to the table.
You're supposed to yield the person coming on the highway.
You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna let somebody in.
Speeding up real quick.
Yeah, because that's become your personality. Go get yours. Go get yours. Nobody let me in.
You're not gonna pass me in.
In other words, when I got down to the table, nobody was sitting there saying, "Hey, here's a biscuit. I saved one for you." No, nobody let me in a sense. So I'm not gonna let people in. You see what's happened? What something as simple as that can do to your personality? I had to go get mine. Go get yours. I'm not going to help you. Nobody helped me. And you might end up with a fairly aggressive personality over something as simple as having to compete for basic physiological needs. Even worse, what if there was nobody giving it to you and you had to get up and go out and get it yourself? What kind of person are you going to be? Are you going to grow up concerned with the feelings of others? No. Nobody was concerned about me. Why should I care about you? And that gets built into your personality. And you might be a fairly aggressive person out there in the world. Now, on the other side, you might, in a more healthy way, develop a more assertive personality. What's the difference between being aggressive and being assertive?
Maybe you're just more mindful of others, or like, but you're more stern, I guess. Like,
okay.
I mean, yeah, like a more strict, but not aggressively. You're just strict. Like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, that's going the right way. Anybody else? Okay. When you're being aggressive, you are imposing your needs on other people. You will do. Like when I say you will wear a mask around me, that was an aggressive statement. Assertive. Will you please wear a mask around me? See the difference? You will wear a mask. Well, I would really appreciate it if you wore a mask around me. That's assertive, making your needs known as opposed to imposing them on somebody else. So if you, over years, you learn to refine this into that. You're not out there in the world telling people what they will do, but you are telling them what you need. You're not shy about saying, would y'all please wear a mask around me? As opposed to, if you don't wear a mask, I'm gonna da. That's aggressive. And when I said it in the meeting, I said it in a fairly aggressive way. You will wear a mask around me. So that's the difference between being aggressive and assertive. Which one is safer in the world, you think?
Assertive.
You think being an aggressive person might make the world a little more dangerous for you?
Yep.
Yes, because somebody else can take what you say a different way.
Telling people, you will do
Someone's
this.
gonna snap on you.
You will back off my car because I don't want tailgaters.
Catch these hands.
If I'm at Fiesta, Texas, coming out, in the line, leaving Fiesta, Texas at night, all the cars lined up. You just drive across the parking lot and you will let me in?
Yep.
Is that aggressive?
Hell no, smart thinking.
No,
yeah.
It's not.
That's
Let me tell
aggressive.
you something.
That's just
Let me
me,
tell
though.
you something.
I cut in front of everybody.
If I'm sitting in line and you try to cut in front of me, I'm going to bumper with you. I'm sorry. I'm patient enough to sit in this line and do what's right. And you're going to bring your aggressive ass, impatient ass across and cut me off. I'm not letting you in. And here's what you're going to do. You're going to get upset with me. And you're going to jump out of your car. And you're going to run around and start banging on the window of my car. That happened at Fiesta, Texas. The guy was upset because I wouldn't let him in after we've been sitting in that line for 30 minutes trying to get out of here. And you come shooting across and come right up and going to force your way in front of me. So no, you're not. So we're doing the bumper thing. He finally gets mad, jumps out of the car and runs over and starts banging on my car window. And I had my gun in my hand. And I told my wife, if he breaks that window, I'm shooting him. And my wife's sitting there trying to hold my arm, babe, don't. I say, if he breaks that window, I'm shooting him. That's what I mean when I say it's not safe being aggressive out there. If you're going to impose yourself on other people, you got to be ready for people to push back. And that's what's not safe. I was pulling up here on 410 one day, and I saw 3 cars lined up. sitting on the side of the frontage road. I don't know what they were doing, but I saw the guy walking back towards the front car, and he had a baseball bat in his hand. And he gets up to his car and he tosses the baseball bat in, and he gets in, and now he's ready to go. That man jumped out of his car with a baseball bat in his hand. If you'd have come walking towards my car, you'd have found yourself in a gunfight with a stick. Yeah, you brought a stick to a gunfight. I'd have shot him and took my chances in court. I'm sorry. You cannot be aggressive out there and expect to be safe. There were two guys over at the Fiesta, Texas shooting at each other this week. Not Fiesta, Texas, but the Traders Village shooting at each other this weekend.
Oh, shit.
I heard the gunshots. I was sitting out in Jack in the Box waiting for my wife to come, or excuse me, Walgreens waiting for my wife to come out. And I could hear the bah, 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 bah. And it was far enough away that it sounded like, well, what is that? And then my wife saw it. They said there was two guys shooting at each other at Traders Village. I said, I heard that. And it was several shots, y'all. I mean, at least 20 shots that I heard by sitting there in the car. These are two people out there thinking, or at least one person out there thinking, I'm going to be aggressive with somebody. And people are going to push back. So that's what I mean when I say, if you have an aggressive personality, I'm not saying that somebody's going to shoot you or anything, but I'm saying that it's going to be not safe out there in the world. And you're going to find yourself in some situations. The more assertive personalities could end up in the same route, but it's less likely. If you simply, excuse me, sir, but did y'all see the guy who asked the lady to leash her dog in the news, and she called the police?
Yeah, I seen it.
And lied.
Yeah.
Said this black man is, what would she say he was doing? Was attacking her or something? An African-American man was attacking her or something. And they arrested her for lying. Because
he was trying to leave the park. He did a turnaround, right?
Huh?
He was trying to leave the park and do a turnaround because he took a wrong turn and she jumped in front of his car, right?
No. This was a guy who was in the park taking pictures. He was like
yeah.
And the lady came up with her dog, wasn't on a leash.
Oh.
And he asked her if she could please put the dog on a leash. And she got all bent out of shape, started yelling at him and and I'm going to call the police. And she dialed 911 and she says, there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Oh my God.
That's what she said. Now, here's the thing. And the guy said, you know what? I think, nobody should go to jail for a 30-second decision in their life. But let me tell you something. What does that say about that person? What does it say about her to do something like that? And when she called 911, she didn't say there's a man here threatening me. She said
Prejudice towards
there's an African-American man here threatening me.
She racist.
She made sure to say African-American. What does that say about her? And should she be punished for that 30-second decision in her life? Yeah.
Yeah, because she could have hurt. Somebody could have got hurt. Yeah. But I think she was probably raised that way.
I don't care.
If she's older?
She was trying to get, no, she was a young white woman.
Oh.
She was trying to get the police all riled up.
Mm-hmm.
There's an African-American.
So she wanted somebody to get hurt.
Yeah.
It's targeted.
So anyway, now, this does not just go to personality development itself. This idea has now been extended to almost everything. You'll study this in students, in military. For example, what happens if you come to Quest College and the bathrooms are just nasty, overflowing? Okay? These snack machines are always empty or taking people's money. What kind of students are we going to have here?
Probably none.
Angry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably.
All that money go to the damn school. They can't even clean the bathrooms. Or what? Hey y'all.
Somebody need to do something.
Let's put together a student committee to try to address some of the things here at Quest College. It's going to drive you one or two ways, to aggression or assertiveness.
Okay, so I have a question then. I was raised like with abusive dad and around a lot of aggressiveness, and I'm the opposite. My husband did the same thing as you. Like, we pulled up somewhere and somebody pulled into 2 parking spots. When there was 2 free parking spots, and they pulled right across it, and there was not very much parking. Well, then I'm the one that's more like, stop, don't do that. Like, he gets his gun out, and I'm like freaking out. But is that a learned behavior for me, that I'm the non-aggressor and he's I don't know. My husband's like obviously aggressive because I'm freaking out because he pulls his gun out. But is that a behavior that I learned? Like, I'm like, I don't ever want to be like that.
No, it's your personality. Now, remember, our environment helps to shape our personality. Either way, growing up in an aggressive environment could make you a very aggressive person, but it could also make you a very non-aggressive person. Because
I think that's what it's done to me, because
when you saw somebody else being aggressive,
she got pulled back.
It made you feel good. Your personality said, I don't like that.
Right.
And as a result, you don't do it. So remember that it can push our personality in either direction. But you still might be the one who's able to just walk into and say, you know what, guys, let's put together a student committee so we can write down all these grievances and present them to the president of the school. A more assertive person without being the yeller and screamer. Y'all gonna get some stuff up in here, or I'm just gonna da-da-da-da-da, as opposed to, hey guys, how can we address this? So it can push your personality in either direction.
Of course.
Many of us start out like this, and we mature into this.
Yeah, I think that was me.
I was aggressive when I was a young man. Yes, I was. You will do. And that caused some real problems for me in the military at the beginning of my military career. I was almost kicked out of service a couple times. Once was in basic training. I almost got kicked out of basic training for being aggressive. You're not going to talk to me like that. Other trainees. You think I'm a punk? I ain't no punk. They say I'm grabbing on people and all this mess. Okay? But I learned to mature the personality. So now, the reason I kept bringing up that an aggressive person may not be safe in the world is the next level. And Maslow says that, based on his theory, that if you have problems at the first level or at this level, you're going to have difficulty moving to the next level. If you're an aggressive person, safety and security might be an issue for you. And you're going around wondering who's looking for you. I piss so many people off, who's looking for me? ... Looking over your shoulder. You don't feel safe. Now, I grew up in the projects, a real ghetto environment, but we always had food. I mean, my parents sold drugs and that type of stuff. So, we always had food on the table. But it wasn't a very safe environment for me. So I didn't have any issues down at this level. I was kind of fairly aggressive person because I grew up in an aggressive environment. But I learned to refine that. But my personality issues really came in at this next level. I didn't feel safe. In our house, guys, there was always something going on. Always people there, drinking, smoking weed, shooting up in the basement. There was always stuff going on in our house. It was an unsafe place. I got my first gun off the coffee table in the living room. It was a little 25. Put it in my pocket. Nobody ever asked for it. Nobody ever said, where's that gun that was laying here? It was mine. And I had it until I joined the Air Force. Never pulled it out or, never shot at anybody. But I had it. It was there. I got my first shotgun because it was laying under my mattress. So after we moved out of project, we moved into a house. My room was in the basement. I went downstairs one day after school, dived on the bed, and hit this hard spot. Got up, lifted under the mattress. There were 3 shotguns laying under the mattress. I took one, put it in the closet. Learned from the 25 that I got. By the way, I was 12 with the 25. And I put the shotgun in my closet, and it stayed there until I joined the service. This wasn't a safe place to be. And as a result, I walked the streets a lot. Yeah. 12, 13 years old, 2 o'clock in the morning, walking down the damn street. Where was I going? Who the hell knows?
Was your home?
But it was better than the house. Yes.
You're a little gangster, huh?
No, not really. My people were.
Yeah, sound like it.
He said, no, not really.
My people were, yeah.
Yeah, let me find out you're gangbanging back in Compton.
But sometimes you do what you had to do, because I'm the same way. I didn't get myself rolled in, but I carried it. I paid. As soon as I was able to buy a 25, I bought a 25. I carried it to school.
We didn't have street gangs when I was a young man, but I didn't need a street gang. I had over 100 cousins. My parents had 15 kids. And I literally had more than 100 cousins. So
but I understand what you're saying. Like when my friends would bully somebody,
and you felt bad about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took part of it sometimes, but then after, man, I shouldn't have done that. Man, that's not cool.
Afterwards, you felt guilty, and so I did the same thing, doing dirt out there, and then feeling guilty about it afterwards. That's why I knew I wasn't a gangster.
Yeah. I know I could start something. I could finish it. I wouldn't want to start it. I know I could finish it.
Right. Because if you didn't, your cousins finished you. Yeah, you didn't punk the family. Okay, that was it. If somebody had a problem with you, that's how you handled it. Otherwise, they handled it with you. Your family would kick your ass. Okay? They call it punking the family. You're not gonna punk this family. Okay? And they kick your ass if you lose a fight. So anyway, or if you're scared to fight, they weren't worried about lose. Everybody loses. But if you don't go out there and fight, yeah, you can get your ass kicked. So, but now walking the streets at night, just walking through the neighborhoods, y'all, not going any place, but not wanting to deal with the bullshit that was going on in the house. So I watched this TV, there was a TV commercial that used to come on overseas. The televisions were guided by the American Forces Network, and they had like military, commercials. The TV shows were the same ones you watched in the States, but they couldn't show TV commercials from the States when you're living overseas. So they had like military commercials that they would slip in the middle of the shows and all that. And one of them was one that I really remembered, man. This kid is on the basketball court at night, and he's shooting basketball by himself. And it's the middle of the night. And a little caption comes up on the screen that says, "Why is this kid out here playing basketball by himself at night?" And then he shoots a couple more hoops, and then the caption comes up underneath that, "Because it's safer here than it is at home." And that gave me chills, because that was me. Why is this kid walking the streets 11 and 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock in the morning? Because it's safer there than it is at home. So I didn't feel safe. And as a result, what do you think happened to my personality developing back in that area? Very paranoid. To the extreme. Don't try to do anything for me, because you're going to want something in return. If you say, "Come on, man, I'll give you a ride home," that's all right, I'll walk. Because I'm not going to be beholden to you. One day I was standing out on the back dock of the hospital, waiting on my girlfriend to come pick me up. She's my wife now. It's about 11 o'clock because I'm getting off the swing shift. And this guy comes out on the dock. I'd seen him around, didn't really know. We weren't like homies or anything, but I've seen him around the building. And he said, "Hey, man, what's up?" I said, "Hey, what's going on, man? I'm just waiting on my wife to come, or my girlfriend to show up, pick me up. Probably forgot about me, gonna leave me standing out here all night." And he said, "Well, if she doesn't show up, you know, you can come sleep in my room." Hell no. You lost your damn mind. What do you want from me?
I'm not gay.
Nobody could do anything for me. I was way too paranoid. What are you going to want in return? In our neighborhood, you know, you may have heard, you know, pot smokers say puff, puff, pass. In our neighborhood, it was step, step, look. Every couple steps, you looked over your shoulders. Who was behind you? And I became very paranoid, not letting people want to help me. One day I was looking kind of, I don't know, I was just kind of pissed off. And one of the doctors said, "Hey, Mahone, what's going on?" I said, "Oh man, I failed the CDC test. CDC test, continuing your development, continuous career development. And you had to pass these in order to reach levels within your practice. And you're never going to get off that ward until you reach at least a 5 level." And I was a 3 level. So I failed one of the CDC tests. And he said, "Well, what was it on?" I said, "Orthopedics, man." He said, "Really?" He said, "Tell you what, stop by my office when you get off shift today." All right, doc. So I went up to the man's office. He said, "Come on in." He said, "I have a seat right here." He said, "What?" And he opened up the orthopedic book that he used in college. And he said, "Okay, start right here. Let me know if you got any questions." And he went over and sat down at his desk. I was like, well, see, what he gonna want from me? And y'all know what I'm thinking. Fake, you know, da da da, blah blah blah. But I read, and after a couple of hours, he said, "Okay, Mahone, I got to get out of here." I said, "All right, man, thank you." And he said, "See you tomorrow." Yeah, see you right back here tomorrow. So I was even telling my girlfriend, I was like, "Babe, I don't know what this man wants from me. You probably think I'm cute or some shit. I don't know. Nobody does anything for free, right?" Went back the next day and I kept going and built a little bit of relationship. And guess what? I passed that damn test. So now maybe, I don't know, 15 years later, I'm sitting in my office in the emergency room. And a technician, a kid walks in. He said, "Hey, you Sergeant Mahone?" I said, "Yeah, what can I do for you?" He said, "Well, I'm in the EMT class right now, and I heard you used to teach that class." I said, "Yes, I did." He said, "Well, I'm having a hell of a time, man. The teacher is just not making it clear to me." What do you think I said to that young man? "What time you get off work? Come by here when you get off work." And he came by, he sat down, I gave him some study material. And when it was time for me to go, I said, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow." The next day, he showed up with his girlfriend and she was also in the class, and another technician from the class. And I ended up teaching an EMT class in the evenings. So that's what I mean when I say, it builds and it matures your personality a little bit. So I grew from being paranoid to being aware. Knowing what the hell's going on around you. I'm not oblivious to the freaking world. I watch people around me. I'm aware how long this person's been standing over here looking at me, that kind of stuff. But I'm not as paranoid anymore. So you can take some of this negativity, and that's what we call maturing your personality. Taking it from a level of being paranoid about every damn thing to being just aware and not and being able to avoid those dangerous situations. Like the one day I walked out I was looking for my wife in the house, couldn't find her. Asked kids, "Where mom at?" "I don't know." Front door wide open, nighttime. So I go out in the front yard. She's not out there. We live on the corner, so I'm looking down both streets. I'm about to get in the car. Where the hell's mama? All of a sudden, she comes creeping up out of the dark from one of the streets. I said, where you been? Oh, I thought I heard some screaming down there. Okay, sweetie, ghetto. They're screaming, go the other way. Do not walk towards the gunshots, this kind of stuff. It's obvious to me. But my wife grew up in Turkey, y'all, in a freaking Catholic school and ... She went to school with the ambassador's kids. The only other black hair person in the school was the guy, the Nigerian ambassador's son or whatever. So and then went from there, it was the California suburb. So this girl has no idea of what a ghetto is. And she just doesn't have that mentality. Babe, you hear screaming, don't go down there. You hear gunshots, don't walk towards them. But that's just her. She's also that person in the neighborhood that knows everything about everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah, little Miss Busybody. Yeah. We're driving past this truck one day that was parked at the one of the streets in our neighborhood has the houses, the back of the house right up to the street, so the backyard in the street, and there's a white truck parked right there, and we're driving by, and my wife goes, "Mm-hmm." See, he better get out of there before that man get home from work. What the hell, because he up in there with that man at work with his wife, and ... How do you know all this? Well, he didn't make it last week. He come running out, jumping over the fence, trying to get out of there real fast. Man must have came home while he was up in there. Girl, how the hell you know everybody's business? But anyway, that's just her, this busybody. So anyway, I need a potty break. So let's take another break. It is 11:25 or so. Come back at 1:45.
Joe, I don't know who the funniest, you or Mr. Mahal.
I know, right? He's like, I carried a gun, I did this, I did that. Okay, gotta take a break.
Y'all are rowdy too.
My roommate is in here and she hears this and she's like, your teacher is a G, bro.
I'm for real. I be trying to hold my composure, y'all. I cannot.
Me too, because he's so professional about it. Like,
Joe and Mr. Mahal.
Yeah.
Them too. Joe, where you at, Joe?
I'm right here.
I don't know who the funny, you or Mr. Mahal. I be trying to hold my composure, man.
I know y'all two be having me dead.
Yeah.
Because we grew up in the 80s, man. In the 80s, it was kind of rowdy. A little bit.
Yeah, no, yeah, the 80s was rowdy.
After that movie Colors came out, and New Jack City came out, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Those are classics.
I
don't have me a cigarette.
I was born in 82, and my dad was crazy like that too. I mean, they selling the drug. I see my dad shoot somebody on some stairs, and they just roll down. I'm like 3. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm like 5 or something.
That's gangster right there.
I mean, this is San Antonio, though.
That was Marcella.
San Antonio is pretty crazy.
Marcella, that was your dad? Was that you?
Yes. My dad did a lot of crazy shit. He would, because he was like, also he would drink a lot. He would party. So when he got like a certain age, he would still think that he can take down like 6 police. I'm like, Dad, you're like 50. Like, come on, just relax.
My dad was like that.
It wasn't a party at my house until the cops showed up.
Yeah. I know. It was always a party, even if my dad was by himself too. He had drank so much. I was like, oh my God.
Man, my dad was a cop, an alcoholic cop. So I had it hard growing up.
Dang.
They party too, right? They party too.
Yeah.
Really a lot of stress. They see a lot. Because I partied with some cops when I was a rent-a-cop.
But speaking of like the personality traits, I think you bring those with you because like my dad, since he was like so hard, I mean, it's a bad thing. It is a good thing and it's for female, but also it's a bad thing because then I like kind of developed this hard shell. Like I guess those ones that they would call like, why do you act like a dude? You know what I mean? Because I can take care of myself. I can do this. I can do that. I kind of like showed no emotion because of his hardness. Like he would always make me cry, and I'm like, oh. And my mom would always tell me that people want to see you hurt and cry, so don't cry. So I kind of grew up with that. So, you know, a lot of that stuff does, you know, come with the whole.
Who's writing on the screen?
I don't know. Somebody's scribbling.
Somebody found a toy.
I know,
But
Mr.
I
Mahomes
think,
gonna
but
come
that's
in.
how it's our personality that got us. Because even though we come from different backgrounds, there's something in us that we wanna take care of people, even if it's for a check. We could go get
Yeah.
a check anywhere else. You know what
Exactly.
I mean? Yeah, and so yeah, we're just trying to get more money because so but the thing is,
Yeah.
it's on our personality.
So you got to be able to say, hey, I'm not going to be that person. I'm not going to be the person that is me. That's one thing that I feel like I'm not sure if that's a personality or behavior, because I will never be like my dad. I don't ever want to be like that. He died of alcoholism. That's the last thing I ever want is to be like that. But I had cousins who had an alcoholic dad, and they all ended up in prison. So I think you take your life.
Yeah.
You should be right there, disconnected.
It's a choice. Like, it's a choice in life, what you do with it. And I wouldn't change anything I went through because I knew who I am today. I'm like, I'm never going to be that.
And that's crazy because I said the same thing, but without even knowing my dad, I became
You
exactly
ended up
like
just like him.
just
You
like
know,
him. So it's in the DNA.
I have noticed that. I've, you know, with a couple of my exes, they say, "Oh, I'm not gonna be like my dad. I'm gonna be like my dad," and they are like everything to the T.
Maybe
Hold on, what happened?
I just thought, you know what I
Am I
mean?
gonna get $100 an hour or what?
She's not.
Oh.
I don't know. My husband is a lot like my dad because, like,
Yes.
he's a gun. He gets racially profiled all the time. He's
But isn't that funny how we were like, you know, we're not like, don't want to be with someone like our dad, but we end up with someone with those similarities.
I know.
What?
Not like or anything, but my husband does not put up with crap. Like, he's
Right,
next
mine neither.
in a city that was all white. All white. He was the only Hispanic family, so he fought a lot. And I've gotten into a lot of fights because I'm dating that Mexican guy, but
yeah,
I mean, he will pull out the gun in a heartbeat, and I'm like, no, stop! Like, just park somewhere else. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I hate confrontation like that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's my brother. My brother carries a bunch of guns, and he's like a real big, you know, like, hey, you know, badass, whatever. But he's also been shot. He almost died. He got shot a lot of times.
I was gonna say, my husband's not one to back down either. So
Yeah.
like, he is definitely a concern.
Yeah. And it's funny though, because I like to watch Mr. Mahomes because he reminds me like an older version of my fiance. My fiance, he will say no, but he has a lot of narcissistic traits. And I'm like, my gosh, like, you know, you don't like to be wrong. You like to blame other, you know, like just all these little things. He's like, no, I'm not. But he is, and he is very much the center of attention. He's light skinned like Mr. Mahomes. He's like, oh, I grew up in Tampa. Like, we were the light skinned people, so we had to fight all the time. My mom is sugar poo this and that, and you know, we had to fight. And you know, he's always like dressed real nice, and he's very smart. Right, for being, you know, young, he's very smart. But the only thing is, Mr. Mahone is more like a mature, you know, like version of that because he's been through.
So what do you think happened that Mr. Mahone and your fiance were both raised in those terrible environments and then made the choice to be where they are today?
I think, you know what I think it is? I was hearing him as he was talking about this. I think there has to be somebody to notice something about that person and say, you know what, this is a troubled person, I can help them, or try and help them, because the same happened like with my fiance, but he just made different choices, obviously. So but in his lifetime, he's also had that person say, hey, you know, let me, you know, they have to find an interest in something, and somebody, I think, has to show that they care, because that's also what happened when he's like, I think his first thing was math. He said he had a chess teacher that taught him math and chess, and he was like, he fell in love with that, and he's very smart. with that, and he's very good at math. But it's just, you know, you keep falling back in the system. It's choices, you know, again. So that's why he's still, you know, it's not like he didn't make the best choices later on. But I mean, it's just, I think it has to have a person to realize somebody needs help, or, you know, like they need some sort of attention or love or care, you know what I mean, that they're not getting.
You're right, because I had an amazing mom. Like, yeah, she was abused too. And she would always, like, if my dad was like, you're ignorant, you're stupid. And I mean, he shot guns at us before while we're running down the road. But she would always be like, don't listen to that. You're not. Like, I mean, everything. But my cousins who had the same, you know, it was my dad's brother who raised them and abused them and was an alcoholic. They all ended up just like their dad. But mom's kids, my mom and dad, they all made different choices in life. Like, how did 6 of them end up in prison? Us 4 not want to follow in those same footsteps.
Well, you know what? That's true. That probably could be because of your mother, because my family, like I said, we grew up with 7, but that's just that's just 3 that belong to my mom and dad. The others belong to my mom and her ex. And then my dad with his other wife had 4 or 5 more. But everybody on my dad's side, all were in prison. They all got locked up. Some of them are dead. Some of them just are sick. Some, maybe 1 or 2 got out, but they're not the greatest, but they've been in there for years. Now, my mom's side, her kids, they are realtor. My sister's been an RN for years. My brother is he owns his own plumbing company. My brother owns his own AC company. You know what I mean? And then it's like, that's,
well, you're, good job, mom, because it had to come from the mom, because you both
her and then her side of support. Her and then her family side of whatever little support that she can get, because I think on my father's side was no support at all. Like, the moms were not there. My dad wasn't there. You know, if they didn't come to stay with us, then there were whatever, you know. And they were older. So, because my dad was older than my mom. So it's just, I think it's just whoever.
That one person, that one positive influence in your life.
Or whatever way they choose to go.
I mean, because we had the same dads, but we had different moms. And my mom was very supportive. And my dad died at 43 of alcoholism. So my mom's been a widow for years now, and she's amazing. She's amazing. She went to school and she's a security officer now. And before she was.
When I was 15, my father passed away of some craziness. I want to say alcoholism, prejudice, a whole bunch of things in one. But and then, you know, I mean, my mom didn't do a whole bunch of like, oh, I'm gonna go to school or whatever, not, you know, downing anything, but, you know, I know that she worked her ass off. Like, she worked wherever she had to work. She wouldn't be home, which, I mean, that's probably where I messed up in the beginning, but, you know, she worked till she, you know, just so we can have what we, you know, had. And then eventually, you know, so that's why it comes in, like, a lot of those characters, like, it plays into us. It's like, oh, I don't like to borrow money because I've seen, you know, my dad with the whole money situation. I don't like pawning things. When I was young, my dad used to pawn everything. There's like little things that I just cannot stand, and I will not do. You know,
do that. I've seen it. I don't like it. It's that's good. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think some people, like, you have a personality, but you have to make choices in life on which direction you want to go. And maybe it's just having that one influence.
And it's kind of crazy, because I'm going to go back to something that Mahone said about the church and spiritual leaders. But,
I've been trying to get on that.
And the thing is that unfortunately, it's just like leaders, like sometimes they just lose focus. Like David, you know, like David was a good king. He lost focus, found a chick, and things happen, but the thing is like that's the same way with the church. You know, you're gonna have some leaders that started, but for me, I was a part of a traditional church where, you know, you said certain prayers, you did certain things, but when I found a faith base, that's what helped me, because I still believe that if we're supposed to get together, you're supposed to change your environment, and sometimes and the church has a bunch of broken people. So but sometimes when you've got broken people getting together, seeking healing, it winds up growing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And I noticed, I've been wanting to like ask, and I always I tell my fiance, it's like, because when he talks more about like the, you know, science and part about it, I was thinking, I don't think he really believes in certain things, but I didn't want to ask. It's not my, you know, what do you call it, business. But so when he said that, I was like, but honestly, like,
But
I don't
that's
know.
how come I'm non-denomination.
Well, I don't know if I go as far as saying that I don't believe in the Bible 100%, but as far as me in church, I've been there, I've done that. I've went to the same church for I don't know how many years. Then I went to another one for a few years. It's just, I just noticed that for me, not for everybody else, but for me, a lot of the people in the church, they're the most judgmental people than a person sitting next to me with full of tattoos. You know, and
remember, church is a hospital.
That's what
is a hospital.
Well, no, I don't mean as in, oh, this person's sick, this person needs healing. I mean, there's just a lot of gossiping. They're talking about you, this person's talking about you, and it's like, okay, like they're like very hip, like a lot of hypocrites. You're in a room full of hypocrites. Like, you're talking about me, but look at you. You know, you're talking, like, I understand the whole, like, okay, let's pray, let's heal together. But when it comes to like talking about everybody and, oh, I'm better than you type thing and all that, I've seen it every pretty much Christian church I've went
everywhere.
To. So I just stopped going to the church, and that's what I believe also is I can worship at home. I can pray. I got my songs, you know, my kids can.
And I think it depends on the calling, because like you say, like I believe the church builds up leaders because it teaches you how to love all these people. Because remember something, that Christ was betrayed by the people he loved, and everybody that he loved abandoned him. But before he took his last breath, one thing he said is, "Forgive them, for they don't know what they do." You know,
definitely. I don't hold no hard feelings. I just don't want to be around that. You know what I mean? Like, if they're gonna be, you know, say this and that, because
it's gonna be, but it's gonna be everywhere. Because when you go to work, guess what's gonna be there?
Definitely. You know, honestly, coming from Florida though, people are very different. In Florida, people will have a problem and they will tell you straight up to your face what your problem is, right? So I've come here and I worked my first job here.
Chapter 1 and 2?
Everybody was just chisme around my back. It was in circles and circles. And I stopped and I'm like, I'm getting tired of this. Like, this doesn't make no sense to me. So yeah, I understand that. But I guess that's why I like keep to myself a lot. I don't really say much. But I definitely will pray. I love God. I mean, I worship, you know. But,
yes. Okay, I'll message you. There's no due date yet, but chapter 1, chapter 2, and then are the only
quiz.
And then the quiz.
And then I'm gonna inbox you too, because I need to know about the test.
Okay.
The test is
because I
due
wasn't
today
there
too,
on
right?
Friday.
The
You know,
test
my
is
dad
due
died.
by
You guys.
tomorrow.
My dad died, so I've been back and forth.
It's open
I'll be
book.
taking that from work tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, message me. I'll let you know.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yes, I believe the relationship is more important than any religion. The relationship is, and because I'm like some things you got to remember something, that that's the book that I've chosen to follow, because it's the one that's for the last 2,000 years.
Yeah.
But unless you know the history of where it came from,
yeah.
you know, the meeting, what inspired these 66 books to be chosen, who decided, you know, and I know all that history. So sometimes when certain things don't look, I also know culture. I also know stories that people were sharing before they were put into the papyrus. And the papyrus is that paper that was taken from the tree. You know what I mean? So it's like Indians, like a lot of Indian stories, they're not on paper, but they've been handed down through songs and stories, much like Hebrews.
Yeah. I know the books of the Bible by heart in order.
Yeah, you're more holier than me because I haven't been able to learn that.
my dad did also.
I do.
Yeah, you're like I said, man. And then me too. I have when I remember a scripture, I just don't remember the address. Like I'll remember what it says, and I'm trying to. Oh, that's in John 2:3. That's what I mean by address.
Yeah.
You know, that's my problem. I tend to not memorize. So, but
yeah, I like John 3:16 and 17. I like John 3:16 and 17.
And because we all, you know, he did give. I like Philippians 4:13 because through all, no matter what, the strength comes from Jesus. Even when you don't get the desires of your heart. So I like
That's right.
Philippians 4:13. And then that guy, Mr. Mahone, man, he's really cool, man. You know.
Oh yeah.
Oh hey, Mr. Mahone, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. All right, what's going on?
You know, I was thinking about something while I was at break, something that happened to me as a young man that had to do with DNA and what we get from our parents. My people are just bad people, all of them. My dad, all his brothers and all that. They are the gangsters in St. Louis. All my cousins, they're just gangsters. That's what they are. But it really, really hurt me when my mom told me that I was not one of them. That's the desire to be part of something, y'all. And when she told me that my dad was not my real dad, that hurt me bad. Because I'm not even one of them. And started to rationalize that maybe that's why I'm not a gangster. Because I'm not one of them. And how could you just take that away from me? It was something that I was a part of, and you took that away from me. So anyway, that hurt me, y'all, to find out that I was not one of them. My real dad was he was in prison for murder. He killed somebody back in the day and he finally got out, and he was at my niece's funeral. And I was standing outside at the funeral having a cigarette, and he walks up to me and he goes, "Bobby?" And I said, "Yeah." "What?" He said, "Boy, I'm your daddy." If you excuse my language, I said, "Nigga, if you don't get out of my face with that bullshit, you lost your damn mind. I'm your daddy. Nigga, get out of here. Well, you want a hug and go fishing or something? I'm a grown-ass man. I got grown kids of my own. You walking up talking about I'm your daddy. Boy, get out of my face." Anyway, so that safety and security was a major issue for me, guys. And when I married my wife, I said, "Listen, we're going to get married. We're going to do this. Okay? You have to understand that I get married for life. And I don't take anything from anybody. So if we're running low on money or whatever, we're just going to eat bologna sandwiches. I'm sorry."
That's what my fiance said.
Yeah.
He kind of scared me when he said that.
Yeah, you eat those wish sandwiches, 2 pieces of bread, and you wish you had something between them. So anyway, and we never have, y'all. We've never taken money or help from anybody. It's us against the world, and we've always seen it that way. And that's probably why we're able to stay together the way we are, because neither one of us had any place to go. If you say I'm leaving you,
Stuck with each other.
Where are you gonna go, man? You gonna leave me? You ain't got nowhere to go. Anyway, so, and that was me for real. I just had no place to go. When I joined the service, my first thing my mom did was sell the house, the little house that we had, and moved into an apartment. And I literally had no place to go. So that is safety and security. Luckily, I was able to get some of that, get away from some of that stuff, because the next level is going to be difficult, if not impossible, if you are a paranoid person. Because what the hell are you going to find to belong to if you're paranoid?
Nothing.
Yeah. So getting to the next level with problems from the previous level is going to be difficult for you. And I just couldn't find anything out there to belong to. And for my first 4 years in the service, it was just a do these 4 years and get out, because I had to join the service. I was one of those go to jail or go into service things. So I had to go into service pretty much. I was too cute to go to jail. Hey, yeah, yeah, you Bubba gonna want to talk to you in the shower, you know. So I was too cute to go to jail. I had to go into service, and wasn't tough enough. So anyway, love and belonging, finding something to belong to. How important is that?
Very.
Is it important for your children to belong to something? You say
yes, because then they
That's
feel
right.
alone,
Yes.
Okay.
and then they'll feel deserted, and then they start going wondering.
You got to have that group out there. I don't care who they are, y'all, that says you're okay. We want you to be one of us. And for me, it was the Mahomes. And that's why, again, it hurt me when my mom said that I was not part of that group. And what the hell do I belong to then? And technically, I did not find anything real to belong to until I got in the service. And the first 4 years, I wasn't getting it. I was like, whatever, man, I'm just doing this to do my thing and get out of here. And something clicked in me. I don't know what it was, but I decided to become a drill instructor. And that's when, boom, I belong. So the military, and actually, you know what it was? It was not just because I was belonging to something. I just didn't see it that way until later on in my life. I belonged to my wife's family. And from them, I learned what a family is, what a man is, how to raise your children, how to be a husband. I learned all that from my wife's family. So I did have something to belong to. I just didn't see it as that. I was still searching. And I finally got on board. And I am a military man. I'm Air Force, y'all, through and through. So I finally found something to belong to. I was even too suspicious to be too paranoid to belong to the church. And I'm still paranoid about the church. So I found the military, something to belong to. Now your children, again, whether it's the, I don't know, the Boy Scouts, the football team, the debate team, the chess club, something, a video game group organization out there, something that, or a group of people that say, you're all right. Come on, be one of us. Everybody needs that in their life. If you can't find anything to belong to, you're going to end up as the loner. And let me tell you the difference between being alone and being the loner. Some people just want to be alone. And if that's fine with you, then do that. I'm talking about the person who wants to go, but is not accepted. That's the loner. And those people can be dangerous in some cases. Remember that they have nobody to check their behavior. You see, when you've got a group of people around you that you trust, and when you say something stupid like, you know, I should just go over there and shoot everybody. Dude, that's crazy, man. Why would you do that? That's what we get from the groups around us. But what if you're a loner? You don't get that, what we mentioned the other day, those checks and balances. Somebody to tell you, man, that's crazy thinking right there. Or somebody that can see this type of stuff in your behavior patterns and can throw up the warning signs. And that's why you always see these people that do this shit alone. The active shooters, the person who drives his truck into a crowd of protesters. Those are the loners out there. Nobody to check their behavior. And as a result, they go strictly on their impulses. And that's why they're still studying Columbine today. Remember the Columbine shooting? There were 2 people together. They're still studying that.
Oh, no, sir, that's me. Because I'm a people person, but lately it's just like that virus, or because of what the things I study, have to pull back from people.
Yeah.
Am I going to be a Counterbind, sir?
No.
Okay.
Remember, if you want to be alone, that's the difference between being a loner and wanting to be alone. See, the loner is the person that wants to be heard, but nobody's listening. And if you're not going to listen, I'm going to make you listen. And after I've shot 10 people, you're listening to me now, aren't you? I got your attention now. So that's usually why they do that kind of stuff. And here's an idea, and I heard this from a San Antonio policeman, and this was a pretty good idea. Don't pay attention to the person that does the shooting. Don't even say that person's name. Don't go on TV showing pictures of him, talking about why he did it or any of that mess. Just ignore them and pay attention to the victims and deny them their 15 minutes of fame. And if that happens enough, then maybe these people about to be out there thinking, you know what, if I do this, nobody's ever going to hear my name or know why I did it. And maybe that'll be the thing that stops them. But the media's just got to jump all over it. And the whole story becomes about the shooter. And you hear very little about the victims. Don't even mention the person's name, why they did it or anything else. Let them go quietly into the night. And maybe we might see some less of this kind of stuff. So anyway, love and belonging. If you become the loner, then, that can always be a dangerous scenario. Not definitely, but it can be. And then on the other side, you have those, what we call the checks and balances. Now think about it as if you're a student and you're a loner and you fail a test. Especially now, since we don't have the classroom environment. You're sitting at home now. I failed that test. Beating yourself up. Nobody else in the group that you can talk to. And if you talk to other people in the group, you might find out, girl, I failed too. Oh, did you? Or that one person that says, I did pretty well on it. Why don't we study together? So that's why I try to build a camaraderie with my students. So that I don't have that one student in the classroom that's just beating themselves up, not understanding that there are other people in the same situation. So now, if you are good at this level, the next level will come automatically. You see, people misunderstand self-esteem. Self-esteem is not how you feel about yourself. Self-esteem is how you view other people and how they feel about you. So you can tell yourself you're a good person all day long. It doesn't come true until when?
Somebody
else.
So somebody else tells you that. There's your self-esteem. Bang. These people think I'm a good person. And then you can naturally, in your own mind, see yourself as a good person. If nobody else tells you, then there'll always be that doubt. One night we were driving home from a ambulance call. We had picked a guy up at a car wreck, taking him downtown to the Greek hospital downtown. So we're driving back to the ER. And it's just myself and a young lady that worked for me. It's the middle of the night. It's by about 2:30 in the morning. A long, dark road, no radio in the truck or anything like that, just driving, silent. And out of nowhere, she said, Sergeant Mahone. I said, yeah, what's up? She said, you are the best paramedic I've ever seen. What do y'all think that did for my self-esteem?
Boosted it.
Boosted it up.
Boosted up.
My head was so big I couldn't get out that truck. Okay. To have one of your subordinates, somebody that works for you, and this girl wasn't a kiss ass either. She was one of those people that tells it like it is. And that, what did that do for my self-esteem? So you get your self-esteem from the people around you. Now, have y'all ever heard the analogy of crabs in a bucket?
Indeed, and yes, yes, yes.
Okay. If you take a bunch of live crabs and put them into a bucket or a box or something, some type of container, you don't have to put a lid on the container, because anytime one tries to crawl out, the other ones pull it back in. So what are your associates, the people around you? Are they crabs in a bucket? The bucket is whatever you're trying to crawl out of right now. Either you're trying to get out of mama's house, you're trying to be independent, you're trying to start a new path in life. That old path is the bucket. Mama's house is the bucket. The relationship you're in is the bucket, and you're trying to get out of that. Now, are there people pulling you back in? And if they are,
Yes.
you may need to cut ties with those people. I'm sorry. You need people that are pushing you out. Saying things like, "Nah, Jose, don't you have a test tomorrow, man? You better go home and study for that." Okay. And then when you get out of that bucket, guess what you need to do? Turn around and reach back in. And pull somebody else out.
Pull somebody out. Yo.
My wife and I have always been what we call sponsors. Through her career, she's worked with a lot of young ladies. And some of these are young ladies who are pregnant. They have no support, family-wise, partner-wise, or anything like that. And my wife and I have taken on the role as their support.
Those mentors?
Babysitting, helping out with money for daycare, that kind of stuff. And we've always done that, okay? Because we see ourselves as getting out of that bucket. And now it's time to reach in and pull somebody else out. So over our life, and it's been hard for us too, because we've always gotten like attached to, and then eventually you got to open the cage and fly, little bird. You don't need our help anymore. You finished school, you've done whatever it is you set out for yourself, and to be hanging around with us now would be holding you back. Fly, little bird, get out there and do your thing now. So that is the analogy for crabs in a bucket. Now, what impressed me one day was I heard a rap song. I don't know who it was. It was just on the radio. And I heard the guy in the song said, are your friends crabs in a bucket? Or I got to get away from all these crabs in the bucket. And I thought, and that reminded me that some of these rappers out here are not uneducated people. Either life-wise or book-wise, they've learned some stuff. Hell, Tupac used to fashion himself on Machiavelli.
A lot of them on gangsters anyway.
Yeah.
They're just rapping about some stuff.
They're rapping about gangsterism or whatever.
That's right.
Well, like Jay-Z, he's very educated. He just...
Mike Jones is pretty educated.
T.I. too.
Yeah. So it just reminded me that these are not uneducated people out there. If they're using analogies like crabs in a bucket and that type of stuff, they read some books, or they've gotten some street wisdom. Yeah. So anyway, your self-esteem comes from the people around you. They're the ones that either build you up or hold you down. And the positive and negatives are obvious. On this side, low esteem. On that side, high esteem. And high esteem allows you to take on challenges, new stuff. How hard was it to start school? Asking yourself, can I do it?
Yeah.
Do I belong?
It took me a year to get in, to think about it.
To finally say, you know what, I can do this.
The fear of failing.
Guys, I never went to high school. I dropped out of school after the 8th grade.
I dropped out of high school too by around 15.
And how hard did you think it was for me to start college?
Fucking hard.
There was no way that I felt I belonged. No way in hell. And I finally went over to the college, and I took had to take the entrance exams and all that, because I didn't go to school in Texas. So I had to take the entrance exams. I had a GED. I got GED through Job Corps. So now I'm sitting there taking their tests, and I came out, and the guy looked at me and he said, "You scored in the 17th grade reading and writing level. Excuse me, 17th grade? I didn't know there was such a thing. But what did you think that did for my esteem starting college? Okay. Because I learned how to read and write in 20 years in the military. Medical documentation, working around educated people for 20 years. These people all had doctorate degrees, master's degrees. And I'm sitting in meetings with these folks, working side by side with them. And what did that do to my English language understanding?
Oh, made it better.
Looking up words. When somebody calls me in and says, one of the doctors looked at me one day, we're in a meeting, and one of the doctors said, Mahone, I think you're being dogmatic. What the hell am I being? What the hell is that? I had to go look it up. It means you're expressing your opinion as if it's a fact. You're being dogmatic. So that kind of stuff, just learning on the fly like that, boosts me up to where I read and write better than most people out there. So anyway, that is your self-esteem. The very tip of the pyramid is self-actualization. Now, what this is seeing yourself as you are and being okay with that. You see all the bullshit in my life, growing up the way I did and so on. If I could go back, I wouldn't change a damn thing because I like who I am today. And all of that shaped me into what I am today. So I wouldn't change a thing if I could go back and past. I want everything, all the mistakes and everything to happen exactly as they did. Otherwise, I might be a different person today. So that's self-actualization. B.B. King said it best, I think. And that's why these musicians and things sometimes are getting these honorary degrees from colleges, because they hit it right on the mark in their lyrics and in their songs. And B.B. King said, I'm going to look in the mirror and let it tell me the truth. See myself for what I am. I'm a 57-year-old teacher, married, kids are raised, I like who I am today. I like my philosophies, my morals, my ideas about things. I look in the mirror, I let it tell me the truth. I don't see myself as something that I'm not. That's self-actualization. Now, let's take it back to students. If you are a student at Quest College, and we are not paying attention to your basic physiological needs, your need for temperature control. The classrooms are just way too cold or way too hot. Your need for being able to wash your hands, being able to use the bathroom, being able to get a snack or a drink from the water fountain. We're going to have students who are concentrating on that rather than achieving their goals. If we are not providing a safe and secure environment for you at the school, over at Southern Careers, they had a back entrance. They called it the student entrance. It was not monitored. And as a result, we would be in class and somebody come poking their head in with like fruit cups and that type of stuff. Anybody want to get a fruit cup? Fruit cups? Like, are you kidding me? This is a classroom, man. What are you doing? There was no control back there. So if you had a student who was worried about a boyfriend or a girlfriend, is that student concentrating on what we came here to do? No, they're stuck down here, worried about whether they're safe or not. If we don't try to create an environment that stimulates belonging, we're gonna have a bunch of students who are trying to accomplish it on their own, a bunch of loners, rather than a group. And that's why I was so impressed by Jose coming up with the idea of the group thing where y'all can get together and just be a family, be a group. If we are not letting you feel like you can do this, if we're not building you up, we're holding you down instead. We're being crabs in the bucket. We're telling you this stuff is so hard that you probably won't be able to do this. What kind of students are we going to have? Low self-esteem. If we're constantly beating you up about a mistake that you made, or something you said in class was stupid or dumb, those kind of students we're going to have. That's how our students are going to feel about themselves. So one of my jobs by being your first teacher is, boom, right there, showing you that you can do this. It's not my job to fail you. It's my job to help you achieve the goals you set for yourself. And I'm not that teacher who walks around going, I'm not here to be liked. I am here to be liked. It's going to make my job that much easier. See, I don't have students going to the Ms. Paz complaining about every mistake I say. Didn't I make a mistake last week when I said that there were only 100 or so deaths? Or I said there were 300 or something, turned out to be 130. Now, see, if you didn't like me, there goes 60 students running to Ms. Paz. Mr. Mahone made a mistake in class. So, no, I'm not here to be liked, but that's going to make my job a hell of a lot easier if I am. So I strive to be a likable person. Is everybody going to like me? No. No. But I do strive to be a likable person. And to build your esteem and show you that you can do this by making it challenging, but not so difficult that it's impossible. And when you come to me with a gripe or a groan, and I say, oh, you poor thing, what am I saying to you? Just get her done. Just stop bitching about it. If I really thought you couldn't do this, we'd be talking right now. So it's like when you tell your kids, just stop griping and get it done. That's what I'm saying, you poor thing. If I thought you couldn't do it, we'd be talking. But instead, I'm saying, you poor baby, just get it done, because I know you can. All right. And if all of that falls in line, then what we have is a bunch of students who are coming to school, concentrating on being PCTs, medical assistants, giving it their best shot, and learning the material. And that's how this pyramid not only applies to personality development, but it also applies to life, to education, to managing. And that's why any type of managerial training will include this. What if we got a bunch of employees the same way? Are we getting the job done? The bathroom's overflowing, no snacks, I'm not giving them break times. No, we're not getting the job done. If our workplace isn't safe, if we don't make you feel like you belong as a part of a team in this workplace, and if we're not building up your self-esteem, we're going to be dealing with all of this instead of getting the job done. So that's why this training is so common for managers or students, anybody who is required to get along with people and get a job done. All right, so that's Maslow's hierarchy and what he's actually trying to get people to understand. Unfortunately, you don't get this type of stuff in grade school or in some colleges, or excuse me, high schools. College is too late. You should have been through this type of stuff by the time you get to college. And today they are looking at whether or not schools are effective. And there is a big push on to revamp all schooling and how we deliver the information to our students. And one of them is that the way y'all learn is not the way we teach. See, we're trying to train people for jobs that don't exist. How do you prepare for somebody for a job that doesn't exist today, but it will exist 20 years from now? And that's the debate. See, most schools progress based on grade levels. Okay? You achieve a grade level, you move to the next grade. Okay? But what if you are really good at math, but you suck at English? If you are at the 9th grade level and you have mastered that math, you can't move to the next level math until you master the English over here. And we're holding you back now. See, this person might be a mathematician in their life if we let them keep progressing through the math levels. So rather than being grade-based, school should be subject-based. And once you master one level of math, you move on to the next level of math. Even if you stay at the 8th grade level of English, you're still progressing through the math. And schools should be based like that. And that's the debate out there. Should we continue with this grade level progression through school, or should we progress by subject matter? And you know what? You may never use those English skills because your interest is in math, which is your strength. So that's the big debate out there. And they are really looking at how we're going to progress from what we're doing to a new method of teaching our students. All right. In this figure, there are 8 major personality fact traits here. We all have all 8 of these. I just cut the wrong thing. Let me move it out the way, get these 2 out of here. We both have all 8 levels of these are factors in our personality. The question is, at which level does it exist in your personality? Is it a major personality trait for you, or is it a minor one? And let's start with up here at the top. And the word in there is openness. Again, we all have a level of this, but are you very open or slightly open or somewhere in the middle? What do we mean by openness? Openness refers to your ability or your intensity or desire towards new information, towards learning. For example, can y'all see that? And I ask you, what color is that? What color am I pointing at right there?
Yellow.
Yellow? Okay.
Yellow.
All right. Everybody agrees that that's yellow. Okay.
Yes.
But then I say that is not yellow. I'm not saying that you're having a problem seeing it. I'm saying you see it just fine, but that color right there is not called yellow. That's called blue. And what do? You're wrong. I know my colors. That's yellow. Okay. That's not being open to new information. What you should be saying is, explain that, Mr. Mahone. Tell me why you call that color blue. And who knows, there might be something in there that's valuable to you, and you might learn something. It might be bullshit. Whatever, man. I don't buy it. Whatever your explanation is, I don't buy it. Okay, well, throw it away. But you might learn something in there too. And by the way, how do you know the person who taught you your colors in the first place taught you right?
Created on the Crayola.
For my new students, next module, I'm going to tell you that electricity doesn't start the heart. But how many times have you seen that or heard that in the world? That if somebody's heart stops you, boom, you zap them with electricity. Remember that? Poof, clear, poof. And that starts their heart. It doesn't. It actually stops their heart. That's new information that goes against what you think you already know. Be open to new information. Do y'all, does anybody like watching those channels like the Discovery Channel?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
History Channel. And you're learning when you watch those channels, aren't you? But when you come to school and somebody says, learn something, it's like, oh man, I'm tired of learning. But then when you get a few minutes to yourself, what do you end up doing? Sitting down and
switching on that TV and
learning something. So if you enjoy those types of TV shows or spending your spare time doing that kind of stuff, then you are probably very open, as opposed to the person over here who just don't want to hear it. Nope, sorry, don't want to hear it. God created man. That's it. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear nothing about no evolution or nothing like that. I was never a monkey. God created man. Sorry, don't want to hear it. Now, I believe in a higher force, yeah, that we were designed, but I'm not going to discount anything else. I will hear you out. And if what you're saying is BS, I let it go. If not, maybe I can learn something that will strengthen my argument against you based on what you just said. So I want to hear you out. I'm open to new information. All right. The other, as we move around clockwise, conscientiousness. This refers to a desire to go above and beyond, even when it's not in your job description. You see, I'm going to do a good job. I don't care if I'm required to do it or not. I'm going to do a good job because it's my job. Okay. And nobody's going to tell me that I can't do this. I'm going to get her done. I might complain about it afterwards, but when it's time to get the job done, I'm going to get the damn job done. That's conscientiousness. And I'm willing to go beyond my own job description. What did I tell y'all this morning why I'm messing around with this cloud stuff? I've never done that before, but I need to be able to see emails from my students in the evenings, on the weekends, that kind of stuff. Are they paying me for that? No. But if I'm going to be a teacher, I'm going to be a good one. And that's going to make me a better teacher. Somebody told me one day, Mr. Mahone, where did you get that pen? You know, this one right here. Where'd you get that from? I bought one. Are they going to reimburse you for it? No. But it makes my job and my class a lot easier for me and or for help y'all understand stuff that I can point out. The digital book, did they buy that for you? No, I bought that myself. It's going to make my class a little better and make my job a little easier on me. So these are things that I don't have to do, but if it's my job, I'm going to do the best job possible. That's conscientiousness. And then the next circle is extroversion. Extroversion is somebody who is just an outgoing person. How many of y'all can talk to anybody? On the elevator, in line at the Walmart, looking all in my box or in my cart. You know, where'd you get that from? And me, oh, where'd you find that? I like that. Oh, listen, go all the way back in the back, way back there, the aisle like 99, I think it is. You go back there, there's this little door. It says employees only, but don't let that fool you. Go right on in there, and it's right on the shelf. Get out of my business, man. Where'd I get that? Anyway, I want to talk to me on the elevator. Whatever. You know, talking to me in line. Leave me alone, man. You ever have those people walk up to you and say, excuse me, you mind if I go ahead of you? I'm in a hurry. You better get away from me with that mess. I'm in a hurry too. You can stand your ass in line like everybody else. I know you tripping. Can you go ahead of me? Watch me just kind of step up here like, next. Anyway. And that's happened to me a couple times. This one lady got a real attitude. Excuse me, can I go ahead of you? I'm in a hurry. I said, well, I'm in a hurry too. I'm sorry. So then she got this real attitude, a little puffy look on her face and da-da-da. I turned around the rest of the people and I was like, look, y'all, if y'all don't let her go ahead of y'all, she's going to get a little attitude with you. Da-da-da-da-da. I know you didn't just walk up like, I'm in a hurry. I almost biatch. You better get out my face. Can you go ahead of me? Anyway, so any one of y'all can just talk to anybody. My daughter was that way, my oldest daughter, Deandra, when she was a kid, man, she just walk up and talk to anybody and just say anything. She told this one lady that she was fat and unhealthy. She just walked right up, you're fat and unhealthy. And the lady looked at me, I was like, well, you are, shit. Want me to tell you?
That's little Miss
Yeah, out
Mr.
of,
Mahone Jr.
out of the mouth of babes, man. Children have no filters.
Mhm.
So yeah, you are fat and unhealthy. What do you want me to tell you? No, that's words that we try not to use in our house. Words like fat and that type of stuff. But you know, they go to school and they pick up that kind of stuff. So anyway, I told the lady she was fat and unhealthy. So as a result, y'all, we take every chance we get to embarrass our oldest daughter because she embarrassed us enough times in her life. So sometimes, y'all, your kids, you have to be just as childish as they are. You know, like you have to dance at your kid's birthday party. I'm sorry, just put on the music and you and Big Daddy just get out there and shake it. Let me show you young kids how to get down. Yeah. And Mom, Dad's dancing again. Oh, yeah. Dad's showing these young kids how to shake it. Come on, y'all. Break it down. Yeah. And just embarrass your kids. You're going to have to, y'all, because they're going to embarrass you throughout your life. Get back at them as best you can. And that's what old people do. We spend our lives embarrassing our kids, pulling out those old pictures. Back from when you had an afro.
Oh no.
Like, look at my baby's afro, man. Dad, yeah, you know I'm gonna embarrass you every chance I get. Tell her little hula hoop stories and stuff. Kid couldn't hula hoop. So anyway, extroversion. Now, is extroversion a good thing or a bad thing? Think of it this way. You have your extrovert and your introvert, totally the opposite. You are in here somewhere. Where are you in there? Are you right in the middle? Are you a total extrovert? Or are you a total introvert? That's kind of how what we're kind of saying here. Everybody has this in their personality, but where are you on this gauge? Are you way over here, way over there, somewhere in the middle? So do you think extroversion is a good thing in our profession?
Oh yeah, I think it's a good thing because you got to deal with a lot of people.
Yeah, we do. Okay. And there's going to be those awkward moments where you're in the exam room waiting for the doctor to walk in. Will you be silent? Are you going to try and strike up a conversation? What? But at the same time, we can't have somebody sitting out at the front desk who's such an extrovert that they can't get people checked into the desk.
True.
You feel me? So introversion, not necessarily a bad thing. If you are working at a call center, we can't have somebody who's on the phone with clients talking about what's the weather like and We need somebody who knows how to stay on point. So I come into work, you're supposed to be on the phone. Here you are 3 cubicles down talking about what you were doing, what you did over the weekend. So extroversion is not necessarily a good thing, and introversion is not necessarily a good thing either. Managing the both and finding that balance in there. The next term is agreeableness. This is somebody who will agree with you just to avoid conflict. So what do you think, Mahone? You think we should paint the walls green? All right, yeah, sure, whatever. Because they know if they say, no, I would prefer blue. What do you mean? No, green would look a lot better in here. So they're avoiding conflict just by agreeing. And that can be a bad thing. See, this is the person who would, let's say they open the door right now and say, Miss Mahone, we need somebody to teach the night class tonight. Can you handle that for us? Oh, yeah, I got it. No problem. I'll take care of that. Yeah, I got it. No problem. Damn. See, why they always asking me? Say, now I got to come up in here and da-da-da. Now I got somebody teaching my night class with an attitude. And the next day I'm asking my own. Student said you had a serious attitude last night. Well, you know, I had stuff to do. Well, why didn't you say that when I asked? So it can be a negative aspect of this. Okay? If you're just out there agreeing just to avoid conflict with the boss or with a coworker. If you can't do it, you need to say you can't do it. Boss, I really had plans this evening. Is there any way that somebody else can take that for me or take that for you? That's being assertive, making your needs known. So agreeableness. Now I want to talk about these two together, agreeableness, and I'm going to jump over to self-monitoring. I'll get the other one here in just a minute. Agreeableness and self-monitoring, because the definitions come real close. When you're self-monitoring, that means you're gauging your responses to make sure that you appear in the best light with this person that you're interacting with. In other words, you're agreeing with the boss so that you look good or something like that. Okay. One day, I was standing out back having a cigarette over at Kaplan. And one of my coworkers was out there with me. Her name was Billy Swanda. Billy's a female. So we're out there just doing our thing, and our boss walks up. Her name was Judge Spencer. So Judge Spencer walks up, and she says, are you guys going to be working tomorrow? So this was a Thursday, and Friday was a down day. We didn't have any students that day. Teachers could take off or come to work if they wanted to. So she said, are you guys going to be here tomorrow? I said, nope, not me. I'm out of here. I'm gone. Don't even think about calling me. And Billy says, well, I'll be here tomorrow, Judge Spencer. And Judge Spencer says, Billy, it's a down day. You should take the day off. Oh, no, I'll be here. We're not going to get another down day for a while, Billy. You should. No. I'll be here. So Judge Spencer says, okay, Billy, then if you're going to be here, then can you help me with something, a project I'm working on? And Billy says, oh, yeah, Judge Spencer, you know me. I'm always ready to help. Just let me know what you need me to do. All right, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Okay. Now, Billy didn't say anything to me because she's smarter than that, okay, because people kind of know me. So now we're back in the building, though. And Billy's on one of the computers, and I'm down on my computer just finalizing whatever I need to do. And somebody calls over from the other side of the room. Hey, Billy, are you going to be here tomorrow? Yeah. Well, Billy, it's a down day. Why aren't you taking off? I got to help Judge Spencer with something. Oh, that's so unfair. Yeah, well, you know this place. Really? Nothing near what I just overheard outside. Billy was self-monitoring. She was answering the judge in this place in a sense that would make her appear in a good light, instead of saying what she really wanted to say, which is, I want to come in tomorrow, sit here all day, not do anything, and get paid for it. I don't want to come in and help you with a project. I want to just slack around, mess around on the computer in the morning, go to lunch at 11 o'clock, come back at 3 o'clock, clock out, and get paid for the whole day. That's the truth. But yet Billy was gauging that that wouldn't be an acceptable explanation. So yes, you know me, Judge Spencer, I'm always there to help you. The whole time thinking in her mind, damn, now I got to do some work tomorrow. She was self-monitoring. And that is where those two kind of fall in line. You see, if you're being agreeable, you're doing the same thing when you're self-monitoring. Whatever you're doing, you're trying to avoid conflict and make yourself look good. Okay. All right. And that's where it can be dangerous. It can destroy morale. Other people hear that Billy has to work tomorrow because Judge Spencer needs her to help with something. That's not the conversation that I overheard. And when you know you're dealing with somebody who is agreeable or perhaps self-monitoring at that time, you have to give them every opportunity to get out of it. And that's exactly what Judge Spencer did. Billy, you should take the day off. Oh, no, I'm going to be here. Are you sure? Because we're not going to have any down days for a while. Oh, yeah, you know me, Judge Spencer. I'm going to be here. Okay, then maybe you can help me with this project. So Judge Spencer gave her every opportunity to get out of that. But she accepted it anyway and then bitched about having to do it. That can harm morale in the unit. So that's agreeableness and self-monitoring. The next block, the one that we skipped, is pronounced neuroticism. It doesn't have to be with, like neurotic, like, erotic or anything like that. Neuroticism. This is when you are letting your emotions control your behavior. And that's what somebody's saying when they say you're being neurotic. In other words, your emotions are out of control right now. Hey, Mr. Mahone, can you cover class for me tonight? Damn, man. Why you always asking me? Why don't you ask somebody else for a damn? I'm so sick of this damn place. Man, what is wrong with you? You're being neurotic. You need to stop it. So when we looked at that gauge, you're either way over here or way over there. When we're talking about neuroticism, everybody needs to be over here. This is the person that's out of control. We all need to be scoring low on neuroticism, that we can control our freaking behavior, man, and keep our emotions in check. Risk-taking and thrill-seeking. This is not what it sounds like. It's not like a person who parachutes and that type of stuff. This is taking risks at work. Now, what kind of risks am I talking about? How about going against the status quo? Going against everybody. Have you ever heard somebody in a meeting say, well, let me just play the devil's advocate for a minute? What are they getting ready to do? They're going to go against the status quo. Yeah. And it's risk-taking. Because you're risking that you're going to insult somebody, the person whose idea it was in the first place, and you're about to tell them what a dumb idea it is. You're going against what the boss actually wants, and you're saying, well, let me just play the devil's advocate for a minute. You're risk-taking. Yeah. And some of us we do it all the time. Man, I always want to be the devil's advocate. The other person, no, whatever the boss says, we need to be up in here somewhere. When I was hired here at Quest, I was hired as the education manager. And it was at a time where they had, when I started here, there were 12 students on the day class and 4 students on the night class. They had a total of 16 students in the school. And my job then was to get the programs on track, get some damn students in the school. So my first meeting, I'm in there with Miss Martin, the owner of the school, and all the bigwigs. And they said, so, Mr. Mahone, what would you do to improve the student population at Quest College? I said, well, the first thing is that you've got the wrong teachers in the wrong places. You've got a respiratory therapy teacher teaching the medical assisting lab. The medical assisting students are spending 75% of their time with admin teachers. They're not learning medical assisting. And, well, there you go. Why was that risk-taking? Because the person who set up those programs was sitting right at that table. And I was telling her what? You did it wrong. And the day they hired me the next day, and she quit that day. Because she knew I was going in a total different direction than what she was doing. She was actually a biller and coder. So of course, she set it up in a way that she understood. And that's why the medical assistants were spending 75% of their time with an admin teacher. They had it set up, they were only doing lab for 5 weeks. Nothing but lab for 5 weeks. And then the rest of the time, they were in the admin classroom. It wasn't set up right. So we got it all changed. And I'm the one that also offered dual programs. That was the other thing I told them, by the way. I continued. You need to set this program up where students can come out with more than just one certification. And we wrote the program, put it in place. Took us a year. And at the end of that year, I decided, you know what? I want to go teach this program that we just set up. So here I am. This class was made for me. Yeah, it's pretty cool when you sit down and make up your own class and then go and teach it. So that is risk taking and thrill seeking.
That's basically why you succeed in it, huh?
Yeah, because I made it for me. Yeah, it's natural for me. So anyway, the other side is now optimism. Okay. This is where you have a positive outlook for almost everything. You think that every scenario will end in positivity. In other words, it'll all work itself out. Is that a good thing to be? To be optimistic and believe that everything will work itself out?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
Okay. You know, have you ever heard that, you know, people pray to God to make their life better? But other people pray to God for
yes, but you got to do your part
to make their life better.
Right.
That's me. I don't want to sit around and wait for God to do it for me. But I want God to give me the strength to do it myself. Everything's not going to work out. I'm a pessimist. When it comes to that gauge, optimism, pessimism, I'm over here. I expect negative outcomes. And as a result, I always have a backup plan. Another way to get it done. Optimists, they don't do that. They don't have a backup plan because they believe it's all going to work out. Think of this. You have a presentation with the bosses today. They're all coming down from corporate and they're all gathering up in the room. You've got your projector, you're ready to go. And good morning, everybody. And you turn on the projector doesn't work. They're still waiting for their presentation. You this worked yesterday. I don't know why it's not working today. You better have a freaking backup plan. Snatch out another projector or grab a damn marker and start writing on the whiteboard, but the presentation needs to happen today. You're not going to get another shot. So that's somebody who didn't plan. Me, I've got everything backed up everywhere, just the way I am. I'm so afraid of losing something and not having to redo something because I lost the original and so on. So always have a backup plan. And that's what they asked me that at a job interview once. They said, so Mr. Mahone, what is your greatest weakness? I said, well, my greatest weakness is probably that I'm a pessimist. I expect negative outcomes. And as a result of that, I always have a backup plan. So don't just say what the weakness is. Tell them how you accommodate that weakness. I always have a backup plan for everything. All right, so those are the 8 major personality factors. You might take and there they are written out in the text for you. You see the word itself and then its definition. And you should know that OCEAN, OCEAN, is an acronym for the big 5 personality factors. And again, you either have these at a high level or at a lower level, but we all have these in our personality. So that's the first 5, the OCEAN. And then the lesser 3 were self-monitoring, risk-taking and thrill-seeking, and then optimism. So the big 5 and then the lesser 3. But we have, each one of us have these in our personality to a certain extent. Okay. What is this? Psychometric testing, we'll do this and then we'll call it a day. In psychometric testing, what this is a way to rate you in each one of those 8 personality factors we talked about. These will be about 300 to 400 questions. And the questions will look like they don't really mean anything. For example, I like mechanics magazines. I have a good appetite. I wake up rested and refreshed in the morning. I think I would like the work of a librarian. These questions don't mean a whole lot in themselves, but when you take all 300 tests, they have a way to grade that and then come back and level you at each one of these. In openness, if it's 1 to 5, openness, you might be 3, 5, 4, 3, 1. And that helps employers to place you in the right places. Remember what I said to those people in that meeting? You got the wrong teachers in the wrong places. I wouldn't put me at my front desk. Would you put me at your front desk to greet your clients on a daily basis? Yeah, come on in, grab one of these, fill it out, have a seat right there. We'll get to you in a minute. No, what do we want? Hi, good to see you. Oh, welcome to Quest College. Come on over, sign, and we'll get the admissions rep to come out and da. I'm not that person. Have a seat.
That's Becky.
Yeah. Have that seat. We'll be with you in a minute. Whatever. So anyway, I wouldn't put me at my front desk. You have the wrong person in the wrong place. One day, the commander came in one day. This is a hospital commander. He came in my office in the ER. He said, Mahone, come with me. I said, yeah, boss, what's going on? So we walk out, and I'm thinking he's about to come out and tell me something's wrong or somebody's done something wrong. I'm like, man, these little wingnuts get me in trouble. I'm on. So anyway, he walks me out in the hallway. He says, come on over here. I said, okay, what's up, boss? He says, stand against that wall right there. Stand against the wall. So I step back against the wall like that. He reaches in his pocket, takes out a digital camera, and he says, smile. I'm trying, but it's not working. The reason he's doing that is there's a picture right there on the wall of me as the patient advocate. When you are a manager of a department, you are the patient advocate. It's your job to ensure successful patient interaction. So here's my picture on the wall. If you have a problem, you can come see this guy. So the commander saw that picture. He was convinced that he was going to have me smile on a picture. So I'm trying, y'all. Like, finally, he snatched the picture and go, I guess that's the best we're going to get out of you. So anyway, I am not the person you want at your front desk. So that's psychometric testing. We can come up with a personality profile for you that will say that you are the person that we want in the back, helping the doctor with minor surgeries. You're the person we want at the front desk, checking people in for appointments, that kind of stuff. So it's a way for employers to gauge a person's strengths and where we might place them in our organization. So anyway, that's where we're going to stop with psychometric testing. We'll pick up tomorrow with, boom, at that slide right there. If there's no questions then.
Mr. Mahone.
Yes.
I just wanted to know if you got both of my quizzes.
What's your name?
Nicole
What's your last name?
Beltran, B-E-L-T-R-A-N.
I'll update that today and have an updated list for y'all in the morning.
Okay.
If you sent it, I'm sure I got it.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Was I counted today? Like attended?
Yes, I got you present today. Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Okay. I don't have a question, but I was just gonna ask you because I didn't want to interrupt. But since like you've been in the Air Force, do you have you ever heard of like the unarmed drill? Like I don't know if you keep like the little news sometimes they have on it, like it's an unarmed drill for here at Brandeis, the Blue Aces.
I used to grade drill competitions at the high schools here in San Antonio.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
because I was just because you were talking about like, you know, they need to be a part of something and then how you've been in the Air Force. And I wondered why, because my daughter does the Blue Aces at Brandeis for these past 2 years, the back-to-back winners. So, sorry.
Yeah,
So, yeah, they won that.
Yeah. So the armed and unarmed drill competitions, I graded those at all around San Antonio, as far as San Marcos and then up to oh shoot, way up north by El Paso and so on. So I've traveled all over Texas grading drill competitions for high schools. And that was really fun for me.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And yeah, it is a good organization to be a part of.
Mr. Mahone, was I
Yeah.
counted today?
Chloe, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mahone.
Anybody else? All right, and we'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We'll continue this lesson, and we still got a lot to talk about this week. All right, see y'all tomorrow at 8.
Y'all have a wonderful day. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye.